We're in good shape. This should do the job. Let's go ahead and hook it up. What I don't have is any ringlets for this, so rather than go out to the hardware store, let's do an expedited solution here, guys. Go ahead and we'll just tin these up. We're going to give us some contact area to work with. What I do is I use a tin, an old pie tin lid. I think it's a cookie jar lid, just for splashing my solder on. Works pretty good. Go ahead and tin that up. Give us a good connection to work with, something that we can flow a few amps through. Just that simple. Plenty good enough for this job. And we are back alive. That was just a quick blip, by the way, guys. And we're in the off position. Off works. Switch isn't buggered. We're in good shape. That's it. That's all we need to do. What I think I'll do, just in the sake of being thorough, I'm going to go ahead and solder these because I don't have the ringlets. This isn't a really good contact area here. Admittedly, lots of household guys are just going to balk at this, but hey, I've got an iron that I can deal with it and give a good contact area here, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. And there we go. See the solder flow in there. We have a full, this is up to temperature. This thing is damn hot right now. I've got the iron at 300 degrees. So we're in good shape. Admittedly, this is not serviceable, but in the future, if the switch is buggered, just cut the wire right there. And in the future, I might have some eyelets to be able to do this right. Let's go ahead and put it together. Alrighty guys, let's see what this does. Yeah, this is a 4 horsepower unit, so I gotta find a direction to point this thing in. 1 second. There. That's probably the best direction to have this in so it doesn't blow everything everywhere. That's off. Yeah, we're back in business, guys. The last step here. I went and asked her what happened here. She said this broke off. That's odd. Usually people end up snapping those off, but this is extremely unsafe. Now, mind you, this isn't the best solution, but hey, it's all I've got. I don't have a 3-prong cord right handy here, so we're going to go ahead and splice this in. There we go, guys. Back in business. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go get another cord for this tomorrow. As far as I know, I don't think these are even up to code anymore in my local area. There's plenty enough to get back in business tomorrow. It's much safer than it was before. It was ridiculous to have this in a wet environment before without ground there. Just foolishness, but we're good enough for now. This will do for the 24 hours it'll take for me to go find a cord and hook this back up. It's going to be the same process, just that simple, guys. Save this stuff from the landfill. Go ahead and do a repair if you're comfortable with it, if you understand what you're dealing with. If not, get a friend, get someone who is. Guide you on this. These things, this one is really actually quite an expensive unit. So yeah, we just saved it. One switch. Much safer than it was before with a new end and a new cord tomorrow. I did insulate that switch before I put it together. I didn't show you that, but hey, that's all there is to it, guys. Good luck in all your repairs and your electronics ventures. If this helped you, please consider a thumbs up down below. Really helps the channel, guys. Cheers.
Today we'll take the MQ3 alcohol sensor and put it together with an Arduino to make a DIY breathalyzer. The MQ3 comes in a few different forms, one of which is on this daughter board as an all-in-one package. The MQ3 is sensitive to alcohol as well as slightly sensitive to benzene. You can find all the information on the data sheet. For this project, you'll need the MQ3 sensor, an Arduino. Optionally, you can add the 0.96 inch OLED display I'm using here. This is an I2C version. Once we get the components out on the bench, we'll get a USB power supply. We'll need some jumper wires and a USB power cable. In this case, we'll set the Arduino Nano into the breadboard. We go ahead and on the MQ3, we're going to use ground, analog output, and VCC. These wires will go into the ground on the Arduino. We'll use the 5 volt from the Arduino in this case because we have nothing else running. We can afford to draw that much current. We'll hook the analog pin to the A0. At this point, you can hook up the Arduino to your PC, open up the IDE, and open the sketch that I provided below for the serial version. In the serial console, you'll see the values coming across, and it's just that simple. If you want to build the optional OLED version, we'll go ahead and plug the OLED into the breadboard. VCC is going to go to 3V3 on the Arduino Nano. Ground goes to ground. SCL or serial clock goes to A5. SDA is going to go to A4. Plug your Arduino into your PC and open up the sketch I provided for the OLED code. Upload it to the Arduino and you're done. On the screen you'll see the raw values from the analog pin as well as an interpretation I've done. This is not a calibrated device whatsoever. Do not rely on this. Depending on the alcohol level, it will tell you roughly how much it thinks you've had to drink. It's just that simple, guys. Hopefully this helps someone. Make sure you check out the other videos on this channel, and good luck in all your electronics ventures. I use many different Arduino variants in my electronics projects. Intel recently asked me to give the new Bluetooth LE-enabled Arduino 101 a look, so here are my thoughts. By far my favorite method of controlling circuits and adding computational logic is the Arduino platform. They're simply the easiest way to create complex control projects with a minimum of effort. The 101 arrives in a simplistic packaging with the Arduino and Intel brands featured prominently. Arduino.cc has a great page devoted to the Arduino and Genuino 101 showcasing the board features as well as instructions to get anyone started. The full schematics are also linked, which actually make it much easier to understand what the various pins and components on the board are doing. Here are the main specs of interest. Most notable are the changes in the PWM pins down to 4 and the memory values at 196 kilobytes of flash and 24 kilobytes of SRAM. The Quark processor is an absolute beast at 32-bit, 32 MHz. The 101 maintains the same form factor as the 8-bit Arduino Uno layout, but with slightly different pinouts and completely new components on the board. With this layout, many existing shields should be compatible and useful with the 101 depending on the pin requirements. The board itself is 3.3 volt, but supposedly 5 volt tolerant on all GPIO pins. The 101 also has 2 great built-in peripherals, which include both Bluetooth Low Energy and a 6-axis gyro. It comes pre-programmed with a real-time operating system, which Intel advertised would be open source this year. All GPIO pins are well labeled, just as we were used to with the Uno. Getting the 101 functioning with the Arduino IDE was as simple as going into the boards manager and adding the support package for the Curie boards. Overall, I think the 101 would be a great addition to the Arduino lineup with the powerful processing it brings to the table. My personal opinion would be that the board would be better served including Wi-Fi versus the Bluetooth LE. But I will definitely be able to use the gyro and Bluetooth in an upcoming project. Remember to hit me up on Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, or Instagram at MakeMeOrg. I'm Eric for the MKME Lab. See you next video. For the past few years, I've been playing around with my 4-wheel drive Arduino-based robot and learned a ton from programming the code. I made the robot perform basic maneuvers and gave it basic sight with an ultrasonic distance sensor mounted on a servo head. The Arduino Mega controls the robot motors and sonar sensor while receiving commands via serial Bluetooth communication. Overall, I've learned more from this cheap robot platform than just about any other Arduino project. I shared the projects via the MakeMe.org website robotics page, dedicated build page on blog.makeme.org, and the YouTube videos. Last fall, I decided I wanted to make the robot respond more like a simulated Mars rover by receiving commands, operating semi-autonomously, and reporting back the data to mission control. I modified the serial control and added functions like a sonar sweep where the robot performs a radar-like sweep of the distances in front of it and reports the data back. The data can be visualized in programs like processing or a dedicated app allowing mission control to determine the direction and distance to move. Once the rover initializes on startup, commands can be issued and the durations of the moves changed by the commands 1 through 9. Commands can be stacked and issued as a batch, then sent to the robot for execution. If an object is encountered during the move, the rover will stop and report back this to mission control. At any time, the radar sweep can be performed to get the exact distance values in front of the rover. This will be handy in the event that the onboard camera fails. Since I didn't attach the camera in this video, I'll show that setup in an upcoming video. Overall, the robot works quite well, and I posted the code link below for anyone to use it in their project. I advise anyone getting started in Arduino to try programming a robot. It's been the most frustrating and rewarding experiences I've had with the platform. I'm Eric from the MKME Lab. See you next week.
We are recording. Let's go.
Really quick one today, guys. Last night I went to use my old Black & Decker drill and impact here, 18 volt, and it failed to function. I checked the battery really quick with my voltmeter, and it ended up it was only showing about 13 volts. And I couldn't get it to charge using the factory charger. It wouldn't do anything. It just would just sit there, and I couldn't get anything over about 13.5 volts-ish. So what I did is I pulled this apart. To my surprise, when I took this apart, I found no fancy circuit boards, no nothing inside, direct connection to the batteries, and I popped these out. I didn't see anything wrong inside, nothing out of the ordinary, no leaks, no nothing. So I thought, hey, we can recover this pretty easy. Now remember, if you do this, be safe. Charging a battery, especially one that's questionable, is always a little bit dicey. Just be careful. What I did is the utmost simplest approach. What I did was I set my bench power supply to about 19 volts and capped it at about 200 milliamps. And then I hooked the connections here on the battery and paralleled it up with my meter, as well as I had the power supply meter. And I just let it take about 200 milliamps for a short time, and then I disabled the power supply and checked the surface charge. I was able to get it up to 18 volts quite rapidly, so I knew it was recoverable at that stage, or highly likely to be recoverable. It was just that the factory charger wouldn't acknowledge that this was a usable battery and wouldn't charge it. Now, truth be told, I could have kept going that way, but it's not the best. So I went ahead and hooked up my SkyRC charger. This is for my LiPo batteries. It also does lead acid everything. And just hooked it up and charged it as normally at about 500 milliamps or less. I think I might even head it down around 300 milliamps. And it charged up, no issues whatsoever. As you can see now, the battery is showing about 19.9 volts, bang on. That's what we expect to see. We've got a little bit over on the surface charge as expected. And the battery plugging into my equipment, no issues. Back in business. Super happy with that. These batteries are about $50 to even buy the clone ones now, and I didn't see anything wrong inside. It had just gone too dead for the charger to accept it. So that's how I brought it back. You could do it in other ways, hook another battery in parallel with it, and just allow it to actually self-balance between the two packs. Lots of ways to do it. That's how I did it. Quick little tip, might help somebody out. Cheers, guys. Welcome back, guys. Quick look today at the new hardshell case I got for my Phantom. This is the Phantom 3 Standard that I got a little while ago, and what I needed was a case to carry it around. So I got this hardshell backpack. This is a DJI branded, but was not from DJI. It's hard all the way around, nice rubber feet on it, and the straps and everything, simply amazing quality. I'm truly impressed with this thing. Big cushions here to keep it off your back. I can't believe the fit and finish of it is quite good. Almost like you would expect from the Phantom itself. Inside, it's a relatively soft styrofoam. Really nice form fit, beautiful molding on it. They did a hell of a job on this thing. And as expected, the Phantom fits in here absolutely perfect with all the support equipment, completely protected. I have room for the transmitter. It took me a while to figure out how the transmitter actually sits in here, but this is the way that the Standard fits as well. I've got my sunshade and I've got my cell phone. I use a separate cell phone than my daily use one. That way, this one's always charged. It doesn't even have a SIM card in it. Good old Galaxy Android phone. I've got my 3 batteries. I don't keep the battery in the Phantom because these need to be topped up. I have mine for every 10 days. They'll self-discharge, so easy to just pop these out and throw them on charge when needed. Inside on this side, lots of room for the spare props as well. Those are the props that I fly with, as well as the spares, and room down in there for your charger. Works perfect, fits everything, no problem. I don't keep the charger in there because I keep it set up on the bench right now. Unless I'm traveling, I'll take it with me. Overall, I'm simply loving this. Far better than, I'll show you what else I got. full disclosure, initially I purchased this soft shell bag from eBay. It was $40 for this, so just a fraction of the price of the other one. But this is the way it arrived. Completely buggered. It's lousy foam glued together, and it arrived fully, well and truly crushed. I did get my money back for this from the eBay seller. I bought from a top-rated seller. They didn't even question it. No worries, money back. But this is what you get with one of those cheap cases from eBay. I didn't have any luck. They just didn't ship it in a hard shell case like they should have. So overall, not much to see here, but I just wanted to voice my support for this particular case. I'm truly impressed with it. I simply love it. Put the strap on here, tighten it up, and nothing can flop around at all other than this foam can move around a bit, but I actually have a piece of foam rubber I set in here. Overall, it works fantastic. Yes, it is a little bit on the pricey side, but in this case, I truly think you get what you pay for. This hard shell case is going to take a real beating and protect my Phantom when I'm traveling. Hope this helps someone. If you're looking at buying one of these, I wouldn't hesitate. I'll catch you guys next week. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. Today we have an unboxing of a new multi-rotor. Hey guys, welcome back. I got a package from gearbest.com. Let's have a look and see what's in it. Alright guys, let's take a look and see what we got in this thing. This was from gearbest.com. Sent me a nice shiny new multi-rotor to play with. This is the very first look at it. You guys are seeing it at the same time I am. What we got is an H12C HD video camera output. This thing is touted as a 5 megapixel camera on this, and it is a small multi-rotor. On the other side, we have 2.4 gig 4-channel, brags some rollover, some lights, 3.7 volt, 700 milliamp hour battery, super power, CF mode, and one press automatic return. Let's have a look what we got in here, guys. Oh, look at that. That is actually a pretty cool looking little quad. Really good packaging on this. I'm quite impressed, actually. As you saw, the external packaging from DHL was nothing to speak of, but this internal is actually really good. Typical kind of blow molded thin plastic. Nothing too fancy, but definitely adequate. We have arrived with no damage. So this thing comes remarkably well assembled. I'm pretty impressed, actually. Here's our prop guards, and we're gonna have to go ahead and I'll read the instructions after and figure out how to fit all of these and hopefully save ourselves some headaches downrange. First things first, let's have a look at this. First impressions, it is light. Really light. That weighs nothing in the hands. It's kind of sleek looking, kind of Tron-ish. Props, very flexible. Really impressive. Definitely not your cheap, I don't know how to describe it, that breakable plastic that comes on a lot of overseas stuff. Those feel really good, actually. They are brushed DC motors. They're gear reduction drive on them. Actually, the mesh is really good. I can honestly say I'm a little surprised here. Let's see if we can pick that up on the audio. Before ever being run, I can tell by the sound of that from my previous career, that is actually a really good mesh. As well as my experience in RC helis, it takes a lot to set up the mesh, and they actually did a really good job. So underneath we have what's touted as the 1080p camera. This is a 5 megapixel camera. and supposedly detachable, and I'm pretty sure we can figure that out after the fact when we go to do the flight tests. And yeah, overall, pretty cool looking little quad. We'll get the landing gear and the prop guards fitted to it, and we'll have a look later. This is a radio that comes with it, well packaged with some nice foam on the gimbals. Did it come? Oh yeah, we even got the right mode. Very, very cool. We don't even have to switch it around. LCD display, 6-axis gyro touted on it. Typical 2.4 gig antenna. Overall, really, really light, but not crunchy at all. Actually, again, I'm impressed. Button feel, really, really good. Wow. Actually surprised. Trim switches, a little bit stiff, but firm, and enunciate the fact that you've moved the trim quite well. Hopefully when we fire up the electronics, they respond. Gimbal movements, super smooth on the throttle. Quite a little bit more than what I'd like for spring action. Actually, it's kind of funny. On the roll axis, it's a little bit less than your yaw, but it's about this. It's not far off. Very, very, very smooth. I have to say, this thing is impressing me at every turn. Kind of a cheap kind of style battery clip, but hey, look at that. They actually left a spot to put a screw in. That is actually pretty smart. So we can put a screw in there and lock this down if we wanted. 4 AA's, not a LiPo battery, but as you've seen in my previous videos, we can do a conversion on that and make that a little bit better. But overall, first impressions, not too bad. Really, really light. Can't believe it. The remainder of the items that come in the package, let's go ahead and open this and see what we've got in here. You need the knife to cut that open. We have a complete set of spare props. By the look of it, yep, we got 4 spare props. The USB charger setup for the battery. I'm gonna have to look at the instructions and find out what this USB stick is for. I'm gonna have to look that up, guys. I'm not sure. I haven't read the instructions yet. This is the first look. And a screwdriver, handy dandy. And I don't think there's anything stuck to the bottom. That's about it. What blows me away, the weight of this, I was looking for the LiPo in this box, and it's not there. It's already in the quad. So here's our LiPo battery, and you can see it's actually a 750 milliamp hour, and in some of the documentation says it's only a 700, but we got a 750. It's a good feeling pack, nothing fancy, pretty standard pack, and really cool little enclosure that it slides into, actually. It seems to fit and finish pretty good, and even without spending any time on getting that to fit, we were able to get that battery latched without even working at it. So pretty cool, pretty straightforward, guys. That is our new little quadcopter. We're going to give this a try in a flight video. Look forward to that in the future, but that's a first look. We'll see how it measures up. Let's put it through its paces, and then let's see what we can do for mods. I shouldn't even say, because I've already been surprised, but I don't hold out a whole lot of hope for this 5 meg camera, but we're going to see how it performs, and if it doesn't perform adequately, I'm thinking a Mobius will hang here very nicely. Well, let's put it through. Let's see how it goes, guys. Good luck in all your electronics ventures. Thanks for watching. If you're into mini quads and quad rotors, please post a comment below. I'd love to hear from you. Remember to click that thumbs up button, and we'll see you next project. Cheers, guys.
Let's go.
Today I thought I'd show you quickly how you can make a DIY soldering iron to do field repairs anywhere. To make our soldering iron, it's really basic. You just need a piece of metal of any form, whether this be solid core wire or whatever you can find. A lighter, something to wrap it around, and you're all set. What you do is you basically just wrap the wire around, in this case I'm going to use a pin. Take our wire, bend it up, take the other end, bend it down, and that in a nutshell can be used as our soldering iron. Just gonna straighten this out a little bit. Once we have that done, take our lighter, make a bit of a thermal break around it. You gotta be a little cognizant of the fact that you're applying a buttload of heat on the side of this lighter, so you gotta be a little careful. Limit your times. Remember, this is only for emergencies. That ought to work. Get this into position here. And we have a field expedient soldering iron. Looks like hell, but I can attest I've used this in the bush. We just let that coil warm up on there, and we are going to be good to go and ready to solder momentarily. Just give it a little wave around, let the heat warm up on the tip, and let the magic happen. And we have enough to apply solder. And we can apply to the other side. Not the best solution, but it will indeed work. In a pinch, in the middle of nowhere, you can solder just about anything. I'm Eric from the MKME Lab. See you next week.
Hey guys, welcome back. Today I'm going to show you the kitchen garden I've created using a wine cooler. Hey guys, welcome back. For those of you new to the channel, my name is Eric. This is my countertop garden I've created using Arduino and a wine cooler fridge. What I had before this was an AeroGarden hydroponic setup for doing countertop herbs and vegetables, and I just found it lacking. So I created this. What I took was a Coolitron 8-bottle wine cooler, and I converted it to grow vegetables or greens or anything I desired using soil or any other media, not being restricted like the commercial units out there. So in here I've got some basil growing. This is completely overgrown. We need to trim this back so I can start another crop in the bottom. I'll show you guys the basics of how this is set up. So through this door you can see the basil growing, but you can note the extreme amount of light coming from above. What I used is these LED spotlights I got from Amazon. The brand on these is shown as a Jackie LED 2-pack, 27 watt, 6500 Kelvin. I think I paid $59.99 for 2 of them, and I hacked the one apart and put it in the top here. Let's go ahead and pull the basil out. So we get this basil out of here. Yeah, it really needs a trim, guys. Isn't that nuts? What I did is I took that light and gutted it and stuck the LEDs to an aluminum heatsink and added a fan. Gen 2 of this setup would ventilate this outside and not have the heat remain inside the chamber. That's my biggest enemy. In the back here is the Peltier junction and fan setup. That is original from the fridge. I just hacked the supply, and you can see in the corner I have a DHT11 temp and humidity sensor. That's it for the internals. Up on top here you can see the controls. What I have is a basic Nokia 5110 dirt cheap LCD, a real-time clock, an Arduino Nano, and what I have up here currently is my soil moisture sensor. I pulled it out of the back for ease of routing right now. Time of day, lights are fully controllable depending on how long of a light cycle you want. Temperature is fully controllable using the cooling cycle. We just use the Peltier on board to cool it. And we monitor our soil monitoring. Anytime there's an alarm, which case right now I have temp set up, if there's an alarm, it'll actually tell us and flash the backlight. I'll see if I can simulate that here. Take some freeze spray and spray the DHT11 sensor. With any luck, that should get awfully cold pretty fast. And there, we're down, and it's hard to pick up on the camera, but you can see the backlight is flashing. So now that we know that there is an alarm, you can have an audible alert or whatever and take action accordingly. In this case, in the future and in previous builds, I used a H-bridge to control the Peltier on board so I can switch it over to heating as well. I've removed that function for the current build because I found it wasn't necessary at this time. So basically this is going to come back up to temperature, humidity is going to come back into a decent range, and it'll resume normal operation. If we get too hot, it's going to cool off the chamber accordingly. Everything works fantastic here, guys. I'm really thrilled with this setup. It does what I wanted it to do. Let's go back to the front. So back to the front side here, guys. I'll show you what I've got to do here. What I end up doing is trimming the basil back, taking today's harvest, and we'll go ahead and put it away and we'll start a new harvest. So what we got off of that is a whole bowl full of fresh basil. I'll set that aside. I'll show you what else we can do with this. We can set our rack back in here. Set our basil back in. Get that sort of situated. Normally I have a flat top for it to sit on, but I forgot to bring it down. And then what I do is I take these trays from Boston Pizza. If you're local to a Boston Pizza or any kind of tray you can find like this, and this is what I start microgreens in. You just wet this paper towel. You've got a nice clear dome top on it. Plenty of light comes around. Set that in the bottom. And we're growing microgreens like bean sprouts and all kinds of good stuff for salad. It works fantastic. I simply love this setup. A little underutilized with just a basil plant in there, but as you can tell, I let that overgrow significantly. Upcoming videos, guys, I'm going to share how to make this, how to put the circuit together. I'll share the code with you. Hopefully this can help someone. I really love this setup. I truly do. It's really easy to add other things like this. I had a peristaltic pump here that I actually had up for automated watering of the plants indoors according to the soil moisture. I found it unnecessary for me, and it was just more bulk that I was able to trim down the Arduino size, but I may add this back on and go with a larger microcontroller and do full humidity control as well. Use an ultrasonic fountain mister to bring in humidity so you can grow stuff just like you're in a rainforest if you wanted. Guys, good luck in all your electronics ventures. I hope this helps someone someday. I hope you build an indoor garden, grow your own food. It's truly enjoyable, it truly makes a difference, at least for you and your family. Fresh herbs, fresh produce is just awesome. Don't forget to click a thumbs up on this video if you liked it. Good luck in all your ventures.
Hey guys, welcome back. Today we're going to take a look at the Arduino compatible Mega 2560 from IC Station. Guys, IC Station was so kind enough to send me the Mega 2560 Arduino compatible board. Let's have a look and see what we've got here. I have to say, this is an impressive looking little board. The 2560 from Atmel on board, you should check out the data sheet on these. Arduino doesn't do it justice. The data sheet is 477 pages on the one I looked at. Tons of stuff available that Arduino doesn't fully cover. But overall, I'm really impressed with this board. I really like it. One reason I like it so much, the labeling. They did a fantastic job on all the labeling of the I/O, clearly identifying everything. The 2560 has 54 I/O pins, 15 of which are PWM, pulse width modulated capable, clearly labeled here, just awesome. 16 of the pins are analog, 128 kilobytes of flash, 8 kilobytes of SRAM, 4 kilobytes of EEPROM on board at 16 megahertz. Really, really powerful microcontroller. Guys, if you want to step up from the small ones, this really allows some serious horsepower. The really cool thing about the Mega 2560 is right here. 4 UARTs for TTL 5V serial comm. Really, really handy. Allows you to do multiple serial comms at the same time. I don't know of any other Arduino that allows that without using software serial. Pretty cool stuff. Like I said, you should really check out the data sheet on these to see the full capabilities of this incredible chip on board. Let's go ahead and power this up. I'll just use my Adafruit Power Boost 500 that I have handy dandy right here. And with any luck, it should already have the blink sketch on board, and it does. We've got an LED blinking, so that's our hello world. The board is alive. Let's go one step further. Let's go ahead and flash this. So I've gone ahead and flashed the board with a basic PWM code, pulse width modulation, on one pin. And we'll go ahead and take the Rigel DS1052E scope and have a look at it. Let's go ahead and hook up ground on the scope to ground on the Arduino. We'll hook up our signal line to pin 11 that I've chosen in the code. And let's go ahead and take a look at the scope. So here we're using the Arduino to pulse width modulate the signal coming out, and we're able to view that live on the scope. I know this is really basic, guys, but it's pretty handy to be able to see this real time on a scope, and the Rigel does an awesome job of it. So I just have a delay in the code. I'll post the code right up on the screen here so you can see it. Nothing to it, just changes every second. Nothing to it. In a nutshell, we've got the Arduino Mega in a couple of minutes, PWM, pulse width modulating a pin. It's working perfect, and we can flesh this out with a huge amount of I/O. Truly powerful board. You may have actually seen this board in use on my previous videos on my robot here. I'm drastically underutilizing this, and what we're gonna do, I'm gonna take this one and add it to my Arduino project, I think, my Arduino Garden, and we'll go ahead and use it on there so we have tons of I/O and we can actually do some Internet of Things with it. Thank you to Icy Station for sending this to me. Guys, remember to hit that thumbs up, subscribe for more videos, truly appreciate it. Good luck in all your projects. Guys, welcome back. For those of you new to the channel, my name is Eric. I mentioned this on my live show a few weeks back, but I thought it deserved its own quick video. Guys, this is how I transport my LiPos back and forth from the field, my lithium polymer batteries for my RC aircraft. As you can see, we have kind of a pile of them here. These cases that I use are actually just old blow molded cases I've repurposed. This one's from my MXL 990 microphone, and this one is from a TENS machine used for zapping your muscles for sore muscle aches and back problems, etc. The machine went defective long ago, and I saved the case because it just happens to fit these batteries just about perfectly. Pretty impressed with this setup. Guys, this is what I use for just carrying them back and forth to the field. Not necessarily the best for long-term storage. I would put them into a metal case, but this is far better than what I see most people use for transport. I see people throw these in a metal toolbox and bash them around. As far as I'm concerned, this is far less risky. Having them nicely packed, you can stick some foam in, they can't move around, they're completely padded. It works awesome, and the best part, I can just pick it up and go. I'm gone to the field. I charge everything up and I can tell when I'm done because they're all full back in their nice little happy places. And I know I have all my batteries with me. These are the ones I use for my park jet. quadcopter. These are for, well, various, some 4-cell and some 3-cell lipos, and these are all kind of for the bigger planes, the 2200s and the 5000s. These are for the VersaWing. Guys, don't throw out your used cases. They work fantastic for transporting lipos. Make yourself a nice little setup. This one I didn't even change. Everything just fit perfect. Repurpose things that are destined for the landfill because they're far better than some of the commercial solutions out there. Cheers, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. Quick look at the current status on my flight test VersaWing. So guys, if you didn't see the earlier video on this is my flight test VersaWing made with 3 sheets of dollar store foam board. I drastically underestimated the power of building with foam board. This thing is just simply amazing. I thought I'd give you a quick look at where we sit. Last time it was plain white, we didn't have the FPV gear in. Now I've added some visibility stripes for line of sight flying. Trust me guys, you need as much as you can get for visibility on these when you get out longer range line of sight. It's very difficult to tell orientation. I did the same on the bottom, not much to it. My 3D printed mount here. We'll go ahead and take a closer look at some of the items on board. So guys, up front, I have the GoPro Hero 2, good cheap action camera. It happens to be really good ballast for the front end. These things need a lot of nose weight. I have a $13 eBay special FPV camera. Here's the GPS antenna for the Ramzibi OSD. I have it actually protruding out through the top because I found foam board actually cuts down the signal quite a bit. So I found it a lot better when I stick it through the top. Over on this side, I have an access hatch here to my FPV transmitter. I keep the transmitter way over here and all my receiving items on the far side. This is the antenna for the FlySky receiver, and transmitting to that, I'm using the TH9X, which is just a fantastic radio. I'm super tickled with it. Out back, I showed you this before. I have a 3D printed motor mount. I'm running a motor here, an A2212, 1000 kV. I find this is a little underpowered. This is a standard quadcopter motor. I would go with something a little bigger downrange, but I haven't bothered yet. But basically, that's the externals in a nutshell. Let's have a look inside. In the front here, not much to it. I just used some Velcro that I got from the dollar store to hold down the battery. For a battery, I'm using the 3300 3 cells, 3.3 amp hours. In this case, this is the Turnigy pack. Love this. It's working great. Tons of power, more than enough to get a good long flight. I can't tell you how long I can fly yet because I haven't maxed one out. In the back here under this flap, we have the Ramzibi OSD, our speed control, and then tucked up under here is the standard RC receiver. Yeah, the finish is absolutely horrible. This is just packing tape on here. It's absolute crud. But that's the beauty of it. This plane is just tough as nails. I have crashed the heck out of this thing already, mostly due to bad launches. And if you haven't seen some of my videos, well, here's a couple of highlights of some of the crashes. Pretty tough plane. It does extremely well. I just can't believe it. In the front end, all I've done is this duct tape, this clear duct tape as reinforcing, and it has stood up extremely well. Between that and the 3D printed mount below, I have yet to contact the lens on either camera in the crashes. Unbelievable. It's not even weak yet. It's still strong here. Considering the punishment I've already put it through due to a poor CG problem and poor throws on the control surfaces, I'm just simply amazed. One last tip on that, something I've learned. I used the heavy-duty reinforced packing tape, the clear duct tape, all across basically all the main surfaces, including the control surfaces. And I thought I did a really good job of having it so the throws would work good. What I found last night is that I was getting binding, and what I did is I just took and ran a screwdriver down and broke a bunch of the fibers that are part of this this clear duct tape, and now My control surfaces are totally free and just work amazing. I can't wait to test this out because I know that was really limiting me last flight. In a nutshell, guys, that is the Flight Test VersaWing 3 sheets of dollar store foam board. You can get in the air, some basic electronics. You don't need to do the blunt nose version. You can remove this and just wet the wings right up and have a standard Versa. I can't believe how well it works, guys. Simply amazing for how easy it is to assemble and how cheap a gear you can put in it and get into the air. I advise anyone build one. More flight video on this coming up. I can't wait to bring you some FPV proximity flying with the 2 other flyers that I have local to me who have built these as well. Guys, if you're shy about getting into RC or FPV, you can't go wrong with the Flight Test VersaWing or any of the other Flight Test models. They're simply amazing. Good luck in all your electronics and RC ventures. Remember, click that thumbs up down below if you like this video, guys. It really helps the channel. Cheers.
Best ready to run RC boat under $100 might just be. I got this RC boat from gearbest.com. It's a 4-cell LiPo powered brushless motor. Really cool little system. The specs are quite impressive. I decided to give it a try and see how it works out. If I had to sum this thing up in just a few words, I'd say it's like remotely controlling a cat with its tail on fire. Later in the video, we'll take this out and get it on the water and put it through its paces right from start to finish. We'll use the DJI Phantom to get some aerial shots of it. Before we do that, let's take it down to the bench and give it a look.
First off, this is one wicked looking boat. I have to say, this thing is impressive. It is sharp. The fit and finish seems to be really good. A lot of plastic involved. Trim tabs, in this case, on this one, is actually a little bit loose, so I gotta remedy that. One of the things I ran into right away, the drive shaft was actually loose. The bushing here had about 1/8 of an inch of space between it and the actual drive tube. So I was able to adjust that and tighten it up so we don't have leaks. But minor thing, not too bad out of the box. What a wicked looking little boat. Going inside, it's pretty simple flip top. Some people have had some problems with these coming off, so I think I'll tape it when I'm on the water. Underneath, we have this secondary system, which is a little bit dicey. It's not, some of them are really tight and some aren't, so I think I've got to do some work on that to make it seal up real good. Yeah, nothing too crazy here. 2200 4-cell on board. Lots of lubrication on the shaft. Lubrication was already on the universal joints, no problem. Good looking little servo setup up out of the water. I like that. It's not at the bottom of the hull. Not an expert, but I think that makes sense. Some desiccant, makes sense. Water-cooled speed control, not much to see here. Water-cooled plate on the end of the motor, nothing to it, no bilge pump, no nothing crazy. So I think this thing is gonna be a champ. We're gonna find out. Let's get it back out to the water.
Overall, this thing is impressive. Back in the day, I used to run RC boats, and the only thing that comes close to this back then would be the nitro-powered units. It works great. Only negatives I have to say, I had to adjust the drive shaft up and take the lash out so that it would seal. Minor thing. And the rudder came non-centered, so I adjusted the hard stop on the actual push rod so that would be centered, as well as moved the adjustment limits to the max on the transmitter. I don't know why anyone would want to run less, but in my case, that was a minor thing to take care of. Had to adjust the trim tabs as well. In some of the footage you can see it bouncing on the water really badly. In some of the shots it's tracking great, particularly from the aerial shots. That was after we adjusted the trim tabs down a little bit to try and keep the bow into the water a bit, and it made a huge difference. Sasha nailed that one right out of the gate. Much better performance. We did have the boat get stranded out in the water. This ended up being due to the battery that I put in. Eric didn't charge it whatsoever, and the boat gave us tons of indications that it was going to die, but we thought it was glitches with the transmitter, so we kept on testing. In fact, it was the speed control cutting out and the rudder was still working. This was to tell us the battery was getting low. When I brought it back, all cells after some time had recovered to 3.7 volts apiece perfectly. The pack ran every bit of juice out of it that it could. The low voltage cutoff works awesome if you listen to it. Only little mod I would make is I would add something to the back end here to get this canopy off. When it's wet and slippery, it's nearly impossible to remove the top cover. Minor thing, easy to modify, and you're in business. 2 thumbs up. This thing is a riot. You couldn't wipe the smile off my face running this. It is a handful. It goes like a scared cat. It is great. Thank you, GearBest, for sending me this. I definitely would advise anyone who's in the market for an RC boat to go ahead and pull the trigger on this. For the price, I can't believe the performance, and it is just a wicked looking RC boat. Hope you guys enjoyed this review. If you do get one of these, post a comment below. If you find something that is better for the money, I'm all ears. I would love to give one a try, but overall, this thing is awesome. Check out my other videos on the channel, guys. Make sure you subscribe. See you next week.
Hey guys, welcome back. For those of you new to the channel, my name is Eric. Today we're going to have a look at the LightSail satellite and how to track it and receive it ourselves at home. So for those of you who haven't seen this before, you can go to sail.planetary.org. I'll put all these links in the description, and you can check out the LightSail satellite. This thing is now in orbit and is a really cool concept. Can't wait to see this thing downlink some data and some imagery. So this is the concept. You can have a look through all the pictures on the website of the massive solar sail that should hopefully be deployed right now, but that's yet to be determined. And you can also follow them on YouTube. They have a great channel, lots of good videos on this. They have a blog as well if you want to stay up to date, and this is where I get some of my information. But most importantly, you go to their mission control website, and from here you can see where the satellite is in real time. But that's not really good enough for us. I'd like to use a better tool, and there's a free tool, Orbitron, you've seen in my previous videos, that we can use to track this. So this is Orbitron. It's free download. Go ahead and download it. You can check out my other videos. But what we need is we need to know where this satellite is. We need to tell Orbitron some information, so we need the TLE. And for those of you not familiar, the TLE is a 2-line segment set. It gives us the orbital elements and lets Orbitron track it. You need new ones of these every so often, every few days, because orbit does change. So what we're going to do to set up the tracking, we're going to scroll all the way down on the website here. Here we have the frequency and the information on the satellite. We're going to click on View TLEs. Here are all the TLEs updated on Wednesday. We'll go ahead, we're going to highlight those. We can't copy them just yet, so we'll go back. Within your Orbitron directory is a TLE directory. What I do is just copy any one of them over to your desktop. We're going to rename that one Sail. Open it up. Delete everything out of there. Paste. We're going to go back to the website. And I highlighted it. We're going to take those again, copy those, paste them into our new TLE file called Sail. Close that out. I'm going to go ahead, move our Sail TLE into Orbitron. Now go back to Orbitron and we should be able to load it. Let's see if we can find it. It should be called Sail now. And there it is. Perfect. In this case, it's Ultrasat 7, which is the satellite of interest for us, and there it is. We're tracking it. So now that we're tracking it, we can do a bit more with this. If you have your Orbitron all set up for your area, which you do under setup here, make sure that your time and date and everything are set correctly. We can go to our prediction, and we can actually run a prediction on this, and I've got mine set to predict for the next day. You can set it to whatever you want, and now we can see the passes of the satellite. It looks like tomorrow at 4:41 a.m. Pretty decent pass, not bad. There's a good one here. 11:20 a.m. tomorrow from my area here in southwestern Ontario. So if this thing is talking, I should be able to receive that. From here, if you'd like to set it up to be automated, what you can do is go into the rotor radio tab. Make sure you put the downlink frequency in of 437.435 megahertz, which we got off of the Mission Control website right here. That's the downlink frequency. Now we can interface this with SDR Sharp and receive on our $10 USB sticks. I really like the SDR Sharp program. You'll see it in just about all my satellite decoding videos. And it's just that simple. We can fire up the SDR, go down here to satellite tracking, make sure we're enabled for Orbitron and hit connect. And with any luck, we should be tracking the satellite here. Looks like we didn't start serving. There we go. Now we're actually locked in and tuning for Doppler for the Ultrasat 7 for the light sail. It's just that easy. When this comes over, I'm using a Comet disc cone antenna in this case right now. I'll maybe switch that over to my other antenna. But when this comes over, we should be able to record it. And I'll maybe set this up to record a baseband recording. That way we can review it and play with it later. And hopefully in the next video, maybe I'll get to show you guys some downlink live from the light sail satellite. Hope you enjoyed this, guys. Good luck in all your electronics ventures. Go out there, try receiving a satellite. Try receiving a CubeSat. Really cool, fun. It's neat to get involved with science and change the world someday, maybe. Cheers, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. Today I have a bit of a mailbag. This is from hackaday.io. These are some early bird prizes I won due to the gas sensor grenade project I submitted. Let's go ahead and take a look. So let's start with the big one first here, guys. You're seeing this for the first time with me. I forget what I've got. What we got was an Osh Park gift certificate for some PCBs first. And before I even open this, guys, you've got to submit your projects to Hackaday. If you haven't already, you really should. They're giving away tons of this stuff all the time. Tons of great prizes, not just their monster prize. In the hell is this? Hair building fibers, black. I am totally confused, guys. I was sure this said it was from Hackaday. I did not order this or win this. Okay. Do we open this? It's addressed to me. Okie dokie. Well, apparently you can win some hair care products. Let's try this one. This one also says it's from Hackaday. I have no idea what to expect in this, guys. That is the most random thing I have ever received. Let's see. Okay. Empty. There we go. Well, we got a Teensy. So this is the Teensy LC, and they've taped a Hackaday logo to it. Very, very cool. I'm gonna enjoy this, and we'll check this out in a future video. I guess we can go ahead and open it here. See if we can get into it. There we go. There's a closer look at it. This is the Teensy LC board. We should be able to do some, as far as I can tell, we can do USB emulation with it as well. Pretty powerful little microcontroller. Guys, we'll check this out in an upcoming video. I know there's at least one more prize coming from Hackaday. I better email them on the other one. And thanks for watching, guys. Good luck in all your electronics ventures. If you haven't submitted to Hackaday yet, you've got to. I'll put the link below on how to submit to the 2015 prize contest. Cheers, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back. Today we'll take a stab at making a medication or medical insulin vaccine storage with one of these thermoelectric coolers. In a previous video you saw me playing with these thermoelectric coolers. If you haven't seen it, maybe check that out because it gives you the values I was able to get with the CPU heat sinks and a fan. And I've long been wanting to make a vaccine or insulin storage container for off-grid use or when you're traveling. Let's see what we can make. So today I went to my local dollar store and got a little bit of an assortment of containers. Now, when my fiance travels with her insulin, it's usually in a small container like this and we keep it in the fridge. And I can't help but think this is almost the perfect size and well suited. And these things are cheap, $1.25 a piece. I think this can be replicated anywhere in the world, and with a minimum of equipment, we're going to try and do a passive cooling system, no fan, and see how well this works. I don't think we'll use these big ones to start. Let's try one of these. In the interest of keeping this ultra cheap, let's go and use some material that can be found anywhere. Let's try an aluminum can to start for our heatsink. What we'll do is we'll cut it along here, and then I'm just going to take this, fold it, and probably just use some aluminum tape to secure it here for now, but some creative folding, I think this could be replicated anywhere without the tape. And as well, you definitely don't need this container. You could just use some foam or whatever, but let's just give it a shot, see if this thing even works. So now that we've got our strips, I think we can work with these. I think if we put, they're really, really light, so I don't know whether we're going to get the thermal conductivity we need, but we're going to try. I think if we put one on the inside and one on the outside and sandwich the cooler between them, I think we should have something to give it a try here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to set it where the tech unit can get to the outside. Now, this is where it's going to be a little tricky. For our prototype here, I think what we'll do is we'll set it so the wires are this way, and we want lots of contact with the aluminum, but we also need to hold it in place. So again, I say we use hot glue to the rescue. That way I can take this thing back apart later. And that way we should get good thermal contact. It's not pretty, but I can also reuse this tech unit this way, which I'm all about because we have no idea whether this is going to work or not. And then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to take this other one, we're going to take it, make sure it's flat to the tech unit, and we're going to do the same thing. And I can assure you that is thermally conductive. Wow, that's hot. Youters. Not hot in the middle, so that's a good sign. Alrighty, we're in good shape here, guys. We don't have any insulation in this because this thing is designed as a pencil case. So what I think I will do, I'm going to go ahead and cut this up and make a little bit of a thermal break here. Alright, well, it's not the prettiest, but we're hooked up to a USB power, the adapter I used in the previous video. We've got this aluminum bonded here, that aluminum in there, and I've just used the foam that came with this pencil case. What we'll do is let's go ahead and stick the temperature measuring in here. I'm going to use a contact probe on this. My infrared camera is not going to work the best in here, especially due to the emissivity of the metal here. It's shiny. I'd have to stick some black tape on it to get a decent reading, but let's just stick this in here and let it go for a while and see whether we can get the temperature to come down. Now there's virtually no air movement in here whatsoever, so this thing is going to struggle no matter what, but well, we'll give it a chance. And there's no thermal mass in there to cool, so maybe that'll help or maybe it'll hinder, so let's let this go for a little while. So final to this video, guys, what ended up happening, I lost the footage, but this didn't work. It worked, but because of the lack of a thermal break between these two, I ended up reheating back through the limited insulation here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add probably the fan setup on the Peltier, and then we should be back in business. The passive system didn't work unless I moved to a different insulation setup, and I want to keep this as simple as possible for now. So we're going to go ahead and try that. Sorry this one didn't work out as intended, but such is the nature of experimenting, guys. It's fun to play and push the limits and see what else you can make out of simple components. Good luck in all your electronics ventures. Remember, click that subscribe button below, click that thumbs up, really helps the channel. Cheers, guys.
After 2 weeks of waiting, I finally got the opportunity to remaiden the flight test Versa wing I built after the first failed attempt. The winds this day were definitely not conducive to flying. I wouldn't have flown anything else, but I was sick of waiting and decided to chance it. You can see in the video the plane is tossed around heavily and it was nearly impossible to maintain level flight, but it did indeed fly as intended. I was truly impressed with the results. The REMZB OSD worked very well. The video downlink was quite good, with the REMZB OSD providing all the relevant information. Small problem at the latter end of the flight with the altitude, but other than that, all systems worked as intended. Small amount of work to do with the balance and as well fly on a little less windy day. Overall, I'm truly impressed with the Flight Test Versa wing, built out of dollar store foam board. I advise anyone to build one of these for their RC hobby. Truly happy with the results of this Flight Test Versa wing. I don't think anyone can fail. Welcome back to the channel, guys. A question I get all the time: how to use breadboards? How do they work? Today, we'll take a quick look. On the bench here, I've got a bunch of examples of how I use breadboards. Almost all of my Arduino projects end up starting here. It's the easiest place to start. It's so simple and easy to whip up a circuit and test it out. Let's take a look. This is my RC nav light system I whipped together a little while ago. What we have is an Arduino Nano, some resistors for the current limiting, and LEDs. This is the bare bones of any circuit. This is kind of a silly way to set it up, but it's easier for you guys to see on camera. The Arduino splits the rails here, and we run the outputs to each of the individual LEDs through the load dropping resistors, splitting the sides and operating them. No problem. We have a common negative on this side. It's really, really basic. Let's take a look at the board. So when it comes to the breadboard itself, there's not much to it. This split in the middle here separates both sides independent of each other. We can jumper them across with the normal jumper wires. Along the sides we have a bus for positive and negative, but we can use them for whatever we want. These are joined longitudinally across the entire length of the board. The vertical pins are joined together all the way across, one row at a time, separate from each other. So this row is entirely common. This row is entirely common, but they're not common to anything else unless we run a jumper in there. Back to a live example, this OLED display, you can see each of these pins is actually on this vertical row, but they're isolated from each other. And then I've used just jumpers to take them across to the Arduino pins. These are all vertically common as well, so you can plug in any of these ports that you desire, as well more than one in a port, such as in the case of the supply or the grounds. For a common example here, I've used this negative labeled bus to use for all the common pins of my LEDs. That way, it's a little easier, a little cleaner. You don't have to do it that way, but it's up to you how you lay out your circuits. One important thing to remember, if you have a microcontroller, you can't have all the pins on one side. You can't go this way. You have to use one of these bridged gaps to keep the pins isolated from each other, and you can place this anywhere on the board that you desire. In this case, this is a big prototyping one from Adafruit. It's really handy for large circuits, works like a champ. I really love these little boards for working with these Arduino Nanos, far better than working with the Arduino Unos, because you have to run jumpers anyway, and I'd much rather have them in a breadboard where they're secure. And then if I need to take this design and move it over to a proto board, it's really, really easy because it's a one-to-one change. You can just take it out of here and move it right into a perf board. I did a video a little while ago how you can buy these things cheap on eBay. I buy them several at a time. They're only several cents a piece when you buy them in bulk. You can't have too many of these in your collection. I hate breaking down circuits. I would rather leave them together. Like in this case, I have the OLED display for all my OLED work when I'm testing out a new circuit, but I also have a Nokia 5110 set up. I never break these down. I always leave them set up, and that way I can rapidly prototype anything and test out the code. I hope this helps someone. Good luck in all your electronics ventures. I'll see you next week. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Today we just have a quick little mailbag. Haven't done one in forever. First out of the box, we have a filter kit for my Phantom 3. This has multiple ND filters as well as a circular polarized filter. The ND filters allow me to stop the camera down and will get a lot slower shutter speeds. Much better than the shutter speeds it runs at in broad daylight are really fast and introduces that stuttering in the video. If we can get them down lower with an ND filter, we'll get a lot more motion blur, a lot prettier video. So we'll give these a try, maybe do a standalone video for these. Next up, we've got a Quantum 58-2. I saw this on Amazon and I couldn't help but give it a try. This is supposed to be a 5.8 gigahertz transmitter that I can use with our little quadcopter that you saw. And actually, I'm already surprised. I'm already impressed, actually. This little transmitter comes with a remote SMA connection, which is perfect, exactly what I wanted, but also comes with mushroom style antenna on it. I'm not sure whether this is the right direction, matching my other antennas that I already have, but this is the size of it. I believe this is supposed to be 32 channel, 40 channel, 200 milliwatt. So pretty cool little transmitter. I'm hoping that should be plenty for our little quadcopter. I'll give it a try and we'll see how it goes. I've never used one of these before, so hopefully it's gonna work out pretty decent. We'll see. I like the board setup and the small LCD. This is a slick looking little transmitter. If you guys, anyone watching this, has any experience with one, throw it down in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Pretty cool looking little rig. We'll try it out. Along with that transmitter, what I did is I got another board camera. This is the Sony FEO 700 TV line board cam. These are a really slick little system. I've been impressed with these. On my VersaWing and my EPP FPV, I had cheap 600 TV line board cams, like $20 range ones, and I found out there's a reason that you pay more money to have the dynamic range of these style cameras. And this one, I can vouch, works really well. There's the model information. I was wrong. It is actually an 800 TV line FEO version. These things basically are so good they'll work almost in pitch darkness. You can buy them from several different sources. I won't advocate any specific one, but I think they're all very similar as long as you can actually get the one that is the FEO. As well, in the box, you do get the on-screen display programmer and cable, so this allows you to set up the different settings in the camera, which I highly recommend you do. Bruce Simpson actually has a pretty cool tutorial on this, on how to set it up, I think, and a few others, so lots of good stuff on YouTube. Next out of the box, something I've never played with before. This is called the Locator Lite. This is I'm going to use it for a lost model locator. What it is, and this is the first time I've had it out, is a 2.4 gigahertz transmitter and receiver system. These little tiny transmitters you stick to whatever you want to keep track of. I think they're mainly marketed for pets. And then this is your receiver that you can directionally find where the transmitter is. Being 2.4 gigahertz, it's pretty short wavelength, so they're pretty limited, but some people have had great success with these. And I think if I make a parabolic dish antenna and actually point this back into the parabola and get the focal right, I think we can drastically extend the range of these. I'm going to stick one on the Phantom. I'm going to do a standalone video on this because let's see how far we can get with one of these. They're in the neighborhood of about $100 to buy, so they're not cheap, but they are small and light. Long battery life too, so we'll give it a try. Also in the box, some props for our new little quad setup. And also a servo tester. I was going to make one of these, but to be honest, they're not that expensive to buy. I was going to use Arduino and make one. What we're going to do, I'm going to use this for assembling the quad, and then I'll have it on hand for other uses. Assembling the quad, this is going to allow me to test the speed controls and my motor rotation to make sure I've got the motors going the right direction on the right arms before I even assemble the quad. I think it's pretty good odds that I'm probably going to have to rewire at least one. This is going to be a lot easier to do this now versus way later when we have the entire CC3D and stuff inside. And these aren't much. This is a Turnigy one. You can get these from Hobby King. 1 to 3S LiPo input. Pretty straightforward. It does both different pulse width / frequency of the actual servos or speed control. So you got to make sure you have it on the right one. But other than that, we're going to give it a go. That's our haul for this week. Hope you guys enjoyed. I can't wait to bring you some videos on some of these items and get them out into the field and give them a try. I'm really looking forward to trying this locator. I really think that's going to be handy for my models if I do lose track of them, particularly the Phantom and my little quadcopter, because they're notoriously difficult to find due to, well, the small quad size and the Phantom's distance that it flies. So hey, if we can save a model for $100 thereabouts, totally worth it. But we'll see how it performs first. Cheers, guys. See you next video. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Quick little build update on the 250 mini quad that I've been working on. Apologies for the delay in this, I just haven't got around to it, but we're making some progress. Now, this is the cheap QAV 250 quad or ZMR 250 clone I posted earlier. I'll post a link to the video below, and I'm pretty impressed with it so far. So what I did, I'll give you the quick overview, I screwed up. I put the motors and ESCs on the arms, but I neglected to remember that this particular quad actually does have the reverse thread on 2 motors. So it matters which way you have them. You can't just reverse the wires. Well, you can, but it matters where you put them. And it happened that I got it bang on. So we've got counterclockwise thread on these 2, and that lines up with the standard thread on the nut. So cool, got lucky. Sure enough, the other ones were bang on too. Totally lucky. The way I figured it out is I used this little servo tester, and I'll show you how I did it. So I've got the ESC plugged into the benchtop power supply here because it's just easier than a LiPo. And what I did is you simply plug these into any servo tester. This is the Turnigy one. And once we're initialized, we should be able to use the servo tester to operate the motor. Sure enough. And we've got clockwise rotation on this motor. Exactly how it should be. Thumbs up. Pretty cool. So I just repeated this on all 4 motors, and I was able to verify my directions without having the CC3D and receiver and everything plugged in. Little tidbit for you. One of the problems I ran into, there's not enough room in between the plates for the power distribution board. So I'm going to go ahead and stick it on the bottom here for lack of anything better to do. I could just hook the wires direct, but I think I'll use the PDB and insulate it from the quad, and then I'll insulate it from the ground. I'll have to protect it with some protective covering, but unless you guys have got a better idea, I think this is the best. Keep it out of the way. Tempted to just not use it, but hey, whatever, we have it, let's use it. So that's pretty much where we sit. I'm gonna go ahead and get the flight controller, the CC3D, hooked up, as well as my cameras. I'll use a Mobius camera on the top, and I'll use this board cam for the FPV portion of it with this little 200 milliwatt 40 channel transmitter that you saw in the previous mailbag video. This is the FEO 800 TV line, really good camera. I love these. So I'm really looking forward to giving this a try. I think it's going to perform like a little champ. Why not? It's cheap. It's going to be good fun. I think it's going to be kind of neat for not only just racing, but I'd like to use it as a scout when I do any kind of search and rescue stuff, like looking for lost planes. I can get out there and take a zoom around really quickly with this. And then I also have the Mobius on top to record the full 1080 video. Let me know what you guys think, guys. If you guys got any suggestions or input, I'd love to hear them down in the comments below. Cheers, guys. Well, I just destroyed my brand new video transmitter. Today, I'll show you an easy modification you can make on any video transmitter to save you having this happen to you. Welcome back to the channel, guys. I'm your host, Eric. Today, I'll show you a quick little tip that I just learned the hard way. I was setting up my new 250 quad. This is the ZMR 250, and I was all set, ready to go, ready to put the video transmission gear in. And I got this great little video transmitter, the Q58-2 from Quantum. Awesome looking little VTX. And I had everything laid out on the bench here. My FEO 800 TV line board camera. I had this powered up, hooked together. Was getting video on my downlink. Everything's good. Obviously I had the antenna plugged in. My camera slipped out of my hand and it just fell on the workbench. I didn't think much of it, but I looked down and I had no more display on the video transmitter. I'll show you what happened. When that camera fell, it made contact on this end of the FPV transmitter. Note the nice protective covering all across the VTX except for the output at the antenna. This is the same on both sides. The plastic ends before the printed pads are completely covered. What a crappy way to discover that. I didn't even notice. To remedy this, really simple. Love this stuff. Clear, transparent, automotive goop glue. This is non-conductive sealant glue. I love it. It works amazing, particularly for things like this. You could also use hot glue, but it's up to you. I like the goop better. All we do is get some glue out of there. It's tough to do from behind the camera. And we're going to go ahead and cover our connections. Now this stuff runs for a little while and will just settle out and make a perfect little bubble if you just leave it there for a few minutes, and that'll be all really nicely coated. And then do the same with the other side. Don't waste $50 like I did. Don't let this happen to you. This works on any VTX. I have seen this on others. I just didn't notice it in this case and didn't cover it up beforehand before I blew the thing up. Lousy way to lose a perfectly good video transmitter, but hey, I hope this helps someone. Simple. Add some covering on any bare connections, particularly the antenna. You short this across and the entire wattage is like trying to drive a stove bolt instead of a calculated proper resistance. Too bad. Crappy deal. Hope this helps someone. Cheers, guys. Welcome back, guys. With summertime here in Canada, I thought I'd share my ultimate FPV ground station kit. Well, it's ultimate for me anyway. I've got this thing laid out just the way I want with all the components that I want, and I thought it might inspire others to create their own ground station just right for them. I most commonly use this ground station for fixed wing aircraft when I'm flying my Versa or my EPP FPV, but I've recently just started with quadcopters and it works perfectly for those. Inside the case, these are all the components that I've got laid out in here. Let's take a look. The basics are, the case is just an aluminum tool case from my local Canadian Tire that I added a sealed lead acid battery, and the wiring all runs underneath with a fuse. I think I've got a 20 amp in there just in case something goes wrong. It all runs through a voltage and current sensing display, so I can monitor just the voltage level mainly. On the right hand side here, I keep my Mobius cameras and a spare transmitter battery as well as the battery for my Fat Sharks. Underneath it, I keep tripods for the Mobiuses, lens wipes, spare antennas, all kinds of stuff jammed down in there. The guts of the unit actually are this RC832 receiver unit. This has some Velcro on the back of it that I can just stick to the back side of the case, and it displays out on this TFT color monitor. These are just from Amazon. This is not a non-blue screen model. It is just a cheap one, but I'll show you how I get around it. Down in the front corner here, plumbed into it, is a Hobby King DVR. It constantly records. Anytime it powers up, it records automatically what's being sent down. So I have a constant display, which is really, really handy in the event of a crash. You can go back and review the footage using the remote control. You can just go back through the files and play back your flight and see where you went down. Works fantastic, as well as I use those on the YouTube channel later. In front of the display, I store a cheap AM/FM, also shortwave radio. These things last forever on AA batteries. It's really handy to have some tunes and you don't have to run your phone dead. In front of that, I keep these. These are cheap FPV downlink monitors that come with the Chinese quads, such as the Alien X250 that I got recently. I keep these. They have their own onboard battery, just a dipole antenna that comes with it, and you can hand these out to people around. They can watch on the ground station if they want, but it's really handy if you just hand this to someone and say, hey, if you want to see what I'm seeing, you can just watch here. 2 of them, even better. 3, best yet. Be an ambassador for the hobby. Show other people what's going on, what you're doing. Take the mystery out of it. These things cost next to nothing now. You don't need to get a really fancy one. If you're lucky like me and you can get these from the leftover quad kits, you're all set. My main flying view is actually done through these. This is the Fat Shark Teleporter V3s. And I just have a normal mushroom style antenna in there. Not the best goggles, but they're so expensive I just can't bear to upgrade just yet. Works fantastic, and if you really want it, you can fly from the display. Speaking of that, I forgot to mention, This is fully removable and lots of cable here, so you can go ahead and take this out and set it up on the picnic table or wherever is more handy for people to view, depending on where the case is. You always want to make it so others can see, because you're flying anyway and this is running mainly for my flight recording. Might as well make it accessible for other people. In the front corner, I keep my GoPros. I used these old Hero 2s on my Versa wing, particularly because they're nice and heavy and give lots of nose weight, and they're just handy. I've got them, why not? The video quality isn't the best compared to today's stuff, but underneath them I keep the charge cable for these displays. It's just USB, keep them charged up. I also have an adapter that I can plug into the receiver and plug right into Fat Sharks or whatever other equipment from the video out. Handy if somebody else wants to plug their goggles in, or if I decided to plug my goggles right in to this receiver for whatever reason. Other patch cables and other goodies down there. Overall, the layout isn't finalized yet, hence that I've kept the foam for now until I do like an acrylic permanent system, really nice, and have the switch mounted and stuff. But it's a work in progress. Overall, I'm super happy with the system. Anytime I want to replay a flight footage, just grab the remote out and tell the DVR what file I want to watch, and I can watch it on the display. Really loving this setup. It's all modular, it's self-contained. I know where everything is, grab it and I go. And when I come home to charge batteries, I know where my Mobiuses are at and the GoPros. Charge the batteries here as well as my flight packs, the lipos, and I'm good to go again. I hope this inspires someone else to create their own ground station and customize it for themselves. I'm a big fan of having everything in a place where you can find it, and this works for me. Cheers, guys. Have a great week. Well, guys, with the summer here, the channel has been an awful lot about RC stuff lately, particularly my quads and stuff, but I have been working on electronics in the background. I thought it was time that I do an update on my Arduino and electronics kits where I store all my prototyping stuff. A while back I did a video on this kit, but it's expanded significantly since then. This is the one where I keep a lot of the Arduino goodies in. In this corner I keep mainly the Arduinos themselves. I keep programmers. I won't go ahead and get all these out, but the basics are I keep Pro Minis, Nanos, some AT-Tiny sockets and chips, and all other like teensies, and you name it, everything goes in here. This is where I can just grab a microcontroller really quick. I also have now, I haven't played with it on the channel, the Wemos D1. I think Educates.tv put me onto these. ESP8266 based microcontrollers. Underneath I keep Unos, related power cables, Wi-Fi cameras, light blue beam, backpacks for the Unos. This is a Ethernet shield, all kinds of battery holders, you name it. Basically, this is where I begin prototyping. From there, I usually grab a breadboard. Can't have too many of these. Underneath it, I keep a bunch of different jumper cables. Front corner, I keep all kinds of jumpers. There's tons of them crammed in here. Female to male, female to female, male to male. I just grab a handful and go, and I can start prototyping. In the center is all kinds of mishmash. Nokia 5110 LCDs. I have tons of these. Can't have too many of these. I just absolutely love them. TFT displays, touchscreen displays. This fits on the Uno. I use those from time to time. Some OLEDs. I love these I2C OLEDs. You name it, it all goes here. Basically, this is outputs. Every project I do pretty much has an LCD display now because they're so cheap. Why not? I also have various sensors, float switches, SD card readers, you name it, all different sensors in here, piezo sensors. I did a more in-depth video on this. I can't go into it all because it'll truly take us all day. that's the basics of that kit. In the middle, pots, LEDs, buzzers, remote controls, and this is my output bin for actuators, different sizes of servos, right up to the MG995s, big servos. Everything here if I want to control an output. One-stop shop for starting the project. This kit you haven't seen before. I started this because, well, I outgrew the first box. This is where the more specialized equipment lives. Up in the corner here, I have relays. Tons and tons of relays. Can't have too many of those. Like an ongoing theme on this channel, can't have too many. Solid state relay, you've seen a video on the channel on that. A dosing pump, a peristaltic pump, pretty handy for some projects, you name it. Printer paper for my thermal printer that I use with the Raspberry Pi, or the oh, I can't even remember the Wi-Fi controller that I use on that anymore. The Electric Imp NRF modules, I'm going to use these on a whole bunch of different projects upcoming. DHT11 temperature and humidity sensors. There's a heck of a pile of them in there, along with some soil moisture sensors. I used those on my urban kitchen garden project you've seen on the channel here. PIR sensors. I want to do some home automation and home security, so I have a whole bunch of those in there. Like I say, I won't go ahead and get all these out because it just take too long. In here we have different readers for MIFARE, the MIFARE cards, a PC Arduino. I haven't even used it ever, but maybe I'll have a project upcoming. Alcohol sensors, gas sensors, 433 megahertz transmitters, a lot of specialty equipment, ESP8266 Wi-Fi, logic level converters, optocouplers, so if I have to interface into like a home circuit, I can optocouple everything so that it's isolated. Electric Imp Wi-Fi module, so it's a standalone Wi-Fi microcontroller. They work really good. Arduino Mega, only reason it's not in the Arduino box is because it doesn't fit in the bins. On that note, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove 2 of these bins and 3D print a one single bin, probably for the other case because my extra large breadboards don't fit in any of these containers very well. And these extra large breadboards are actually super handy for slightly larger projects or just things you want to spread out. Like here's my old RC navigation light system that I use on RC planes. It's handy to spread things out so you can get a look at things individually. I just love these larger breadboards. They don't cost much more. This one is really specific, this bin. Transistors, haptic drivers for vibration motors, LiPo chargers from Adafruit, different barometric sensors and stuff, a bunch more transistors. And under here is EMG muscle sensors. This is the really specialized bin. And pretty much the last bin, this is where I keep all my Raspberry Pi stuff that's not in use. A lot of it's out in the EduCase project that I've been working on, my Hackaday 2016 finalist project. So I keep power supplies, cases, more power supplies, Pi breakout boards, you name it. Everything Pi goes in here that's not currently in a project, but I find most of my Pi stuff is in use at all times. So generally not much gets to live in here. That is my 2 current project boxes where I keep everything. I know it wasn't a full in-depth look at everything because it's just simply too much stuff buried in here and it would take forever to go through it one by one. I just hope it gives some people a little bit of inspiration to put together their own kits. I love these portable kits. This box is just from my local Canadian Tire hardware store. I keep everything kind of, it makes sense to me where stuff is, and generally I can find what I need and grab it and go, or when I'm shopping for parts and need to put together a project, boom, away I go. Really, really simple. I love it. These are some of my prized possessions. Love these things. Good luck making stuff this week. Hit me up on social media. I'd love to hear from you guys. I will see you next video. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. For those of you new to the channel, my name is Eric. Back from the wedding break, and I have something a little exciting today. The Hacksmith, a fellow content creator on YouTube, invited me for a shop tour this week, and this will be the video for that. For those of you not subscribed to the Hacksmith, you can find a link to his channel in the description below. Hope you enjoy the video.
Hey guys, I'm the Hacksmith, and I'm here with Eric from MKME.org, and I'm going to give him a tour of Hacksmith Industries.
Cool. Awesome.
Alright, so this is the shop.
This is great, man. I love it. Finally made it here to Hacksmith Industries, guys. I was looking forward to this for a long time. He invited me a while back, but we had to wait for Mother Nature to finish up the winter side of things, and now we're here, so I'm going to get to look around the shop.
Alright, let's take a look. So, the shop's about 26 by 50 feet deep. That's 1,300 square feet with 14-foot ceilings. And I've made quite a bit of use of the ceiling space. You got to store everything out of the way so you have lots of room for working on big projects. And the plan is, if you look at the foundations, actually split up into concrete pads. So the plan is to keep these two main pads always completely free. We're not doing a very good job of that because we're working on the eventual CNC router right now. But the idea is we can always have room for nice big projects, or even if we're doing something with a vehicle or something, we can bring it in and we have lots of room. And then we have all the industrial storage racking up there. Saw the forklift outside. We make use of that. That skid up there is pretty heavy. It's full of hub motors from e-bikes that were left behind in the shop. And the plan with those is eventually to make some Mario Kart style go-karts.
Nice.
Like really small, fast, super maneuverable. Just haven't had time yet. Alright, and if we continue this way. So this is the newest addition to the garage. We just finished this last week. It's the mezzanine, second mezzanine. We still need to do a bit more handrails up there. It's a bit unsafe. We could also call it Darwin's Corner.
Well, be careful.
But the plan with this is, one, we have all this ceiling space. We need more floor space. So we got all the couches up there, and now that's kind of like the raised living room of the shop. Nice. So you have a place to bring people who can sit down and talk about stuff. Now underneath, it's going to be split up into two kind of like work areas. This room will actually be sealed off, and it's going to become a welding/paint room. So we'll have really good ventilation in there, and you'll be able to take your project in, not worry about getting cancer from all the toxic fumes.
Nice.
And then out here, we think the CNC router is probably going to go over here. We'll have some workbenches, and it'll just be kind of like an enclosed space.
Very cool.
And in this corner, we have our gym area. So I used to actually be a gymnastics coach. And when I found out I was getting this property, or when I found out I was maybe getting this property, I touched base with the old gymnastics head coach at the club I taught at. And I was like, if you're ever throwing any equipment out, let me know. I might actually have space for it. 1 week later, he's like, there's a whole bunch of stuff by the dumpster. Come grab it before the snow falls. Perfect. This was months before I even had this place, let alone sign the final papers. So I managed to jam one of those crash mats into a small 8x8 shed in the back of the property I was renting. The other crash mat ended up going into the spare bedroom. So basically the floor of the spare bedroom was crash mat.
Nice.
I got the rope donated from a coworker who ran a karate dojo. But the problem was the kids kept getting stuck at the top, so they decided no more rope. They got tired of rescuing the kids.
Youngsters.
I've had the gymnastics rings for a while. I used to really love doing rings. Still haven't quite got the iron cross, but I'm hoping now that it's here, I can start practicing it again.
For sure.
And then they were also chucking another pommel horse or vault, so lots of fun stuff. I used to do parkour, so this is trying to keep it alive.
Yeah.
Might even throw in a rock wall somewhere just because. We're gonna have a zip line from the top at some point.
Rock wall and a zip line, people. Only here.
Right, so this is going to be the future machine shop, basically. This will be one of the dirty workshops, I guess you could say.
Perfect.
There'll be room for a CNC mill in the corner. We've already got a wood lathe with drill press, all kinds of random stuff like that. Scored this big air compressor at a garage sale for only $50.
Are you kidding
Some
me?
assembly required.
Well.
So we're going to have shop air for the whole thing. And you can't even buy this from a big box store. It's an Atlas Copco. It's a French engineering company. I know they're expensive because my work uses them when I'm working.
It's the real thing.
Now we have two more rooms. This is the future bathroom.
Ah,
So I'm going to be getting a composting toilet because unfortunately I don't have sewage hookup. But we've already got a urinal. We're going to be putting in a shower stall, so if you're doing any messy work in the backyard, you can come in here, wash off.
Yep.
And yeah. So there's actually, that goes under the stairs, so that will actually be where the toilet is. So it'll be a separate sealed off room.
Yeah.
The water heater will be in there, all the kind of stuff you don't need to see.
This guy's shop, there's a urinal. Perfect.
And then this is just access to the backyard.
Oh, very cool.
So the great thing about this property is I actually have a bit of land space behind the garage.
Fantastic.
So for any of the larger projects that we might be doing, we have a bit of a testing ground. And the best part is, my neighbor's also an engineer, and if you look through the tree, there's a giant barn right there.
Perfect.
He's actually got a small machine shop in there, and he does consulting engineering and whatnot.
Excellent.
So he's down for doing projects, sharing the space, all kinds of stuff. It's fantastic. We have a campfire pit, the trailer back there, moving the doom buggy. Perfect. I haven't shown you yet.
Yep.
But yeah, let's head back inside and check out the upstairs.
Sure.
Got some Iron Man art, of course.
Nice.
So here we have the mezzanine. Haven't finished all the handrails yet, but it's starting to take shape. I've even got theater-style seating in the back, so a little platform out of the door and some 2x4s.
I didn't see this in the video. Got layers in the whole bit.
And just this weekend we made a 10-foot projector screen too, so you can watch movies in the shop.
Perfect.
Very own home theater. It's a bit dusty in here, we're just doing some renos, but this is the future office.
Very nice.
So we've done some drywall, still need to do a hardwood laminate, but there's going to be a big screen there. There's going to be integrated benches in the wall, big desk over here, so when we're actually doing some business activities, we can bring clients in here, show off our designs and whatnot. We're also thinking of having a projector screen here, and then a little mechanical drop-down box, which has a projector in it to blast on the wall. You know,
Cool.
just for fun.
Just for now. Love the junction boxes.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Plans for lights everywhere.
Yep.
You can never have enough outlets.
No, you can't.
And now over here, we have my pride and joy. A CNC laser cutter. And I've actually loaded this up with something just for you. Why don't you go ahead and hit the file button?
Hit the file button.
Close up. Press the file button harder. Alright, and there's Eric. Press enter, top orange. Alright, we're going to close the lid and go ahead and press start. We might do a second pass with the engraving of the outline to give it a bit more contrast. Because the bamboo is laminated and it's different darknesses, sometimes the laser burns more or less, so it's kind of hard to get consistent engraving. But I've been making these cutting boards and I have my own Etsy store. There's a rather popular one. Dinner is coming.
So cool.
So to add a bit more detail to the engraving, we're going to do an outline of the logo. Right now we just engrave the whole thing, and sometimes with the bamboo it doesn't really show up very well. But if you do a nice outline around the edge, it really brings in the contrast. Alright, that's it.
That's it.
Alright, let's take a look at it.
Very cool.
What do you think?
Thanks, man, so much. That's fantastic. Check it out, guys. Love it. My own custom cutting board, or plaque, or whatever.
Check out stufflaser.com.
Awesome.
.ca.
That's it. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no
That's one of the coolest things anyone's ever given me. That's pretty awesome. Love it. Thank you.
So we got one more thing to show you up here, and that's the attic. It's a bit tricky to go up there, so I think we'll just stick the camera up there. And
Sounds good.
I'll give you a bit of an explanation. Alright, so this is a pretty big building, which means there's actually a pretty big attic as well. And you gotta make use of all the space.
Sure do.
So this is my own very personal Area 51. If you look over here, we've got 50 feet deep by about 8 feet wide of storage space. So I use these nice square boxes that my work throws out, and I've got tons of storage space up there. One of the projects I'm planning on working on is making a little remote controlled forklift that you can then use up there instead of crawling around.
Remote control forklift, so cool. Did we catch
Closer to
that?
home? No, we didn't.
This is very cool, guys. You gotta catch this.
And
Love
our
this
soldering
little
and
station.
reflow station, wire, all the components you want.
Nice.
External monitor so you can bring your laptop up.
Yep.
I have 2 screens. And then more boxes of random parts. And
Lots of goodies. No, that's
I know I have
perfect.
lots of stuff, but sometimes it's hard knowing where it is when you need it.
Yep. Always the most difficult part. Now this is a great setup. Everything's right here, right where you need to be working. I love it. Don't have to be running across the shop to work with small electronics. Very cool. Are you going to set up the 3D printer again?
At some point. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't needed it for anything recently. Usually I can make do with the laser cutter. I have tons of filament for it, I just haven't been using it. There's a short time where I was writing the descriptions for a Chinese filament company.
Oh, nice.
On each of the plastics. So they sent me samples of all the different plastics they had. Like PETG, nylon, PVA. Like I have actually a huge gamut of plastics, and I was able to do some test prints and then took photos and showed the comparisons between the parts.
Very cool.
So yeah, when I actually have a project, I have the materials, I just haven't been using it lately.
Ah, one of these days you will.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The neat thing with the handrails is this is actually a fence post, which is nice and cheap from Home Depot. It's about $9 for 7.5 foot length.
Nice.
You can't even buy like some wire for that price per foot, if you think about it.
No, you can't.
And randomly in one of my past videos, I inherited a storage locker full of free stuff. Included was a milk crate full of random 2-inch pipe fittings.
Oh, perfect.
So I'm reusing everything pretty much
Excellent.
to build this.
It'll make for plenty strong railing.
Yeah. We're also going to replace this one with a full length one going to the ceiling to give it even more strength.
Yeah.
Those two really tie in nicely, having the piece going across, plus you have room to hang stuff if you want.
Where's the fire pole go?
Fire pole will be off the left side of the mezzanine.
I didn't know there was going to be one.
And then we're probably going to have a zip line from the laser area down the front door. And then probably another zip line from the house to the garage. So over here we have one of the biggest projects we've ever worked on, and that's the electric steam buggy.
That
It's pretty much functional. We just need to do a few tweaks before we get on the road and slap a big orange triangle on the back. Because apparently there's a bit of a loophole with the Ontario Traffic Act or whatever. Low-speed electric vehicles don't need licensing or insurance if they go under 35 kilometers an hour. Basically the same as an e-bike.
perfect.
So I gotta double check all the facts for that before we do it. But it sounds like we could move it around the city without the use of the trailer, as long as we drive slowly. So that'll be pretty fun.
Yeah, that would be.
So as you can see, I've got my exoskeleton up there on kind of a catwalk, and the plan is down the road, once I have multiple revisions of the exoskeleton, to kind of have them in cases along the wall, just like Tony Stark himself. So that's Mach 1, Mach 2's in process. I'm sure there's going to be Mach 3, 4, 42, etc., etc. So that about wraps it up. To all my subscribers, you guys should totally check out makeme.org and Eric William and his channel. He's got some awesome stuff. He does a lot more electronics stuff, whereas I'm more mechanical and everything in between.
Everything in between.
And we're going to be doing some collaborations in the future, so go subscribe.
Thanks very much. For all my subscribers, you guys have got to check out the Hacksmith. I've showed him on lots of my live shows, and I think a lot of you are subscribers. If you're not, you should be. Check all this out. Tons of videos, some awesome content, and some great projects. Got to see the exoskeleton too. Way cool.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, man. That was awesome.
Really hope you enjoyed that video, guys. Remember, his channel is linked below in the description. If you're not familiar with it already, remember to subscribe to my channel for more videos coming up. I have a bunch of behind the scenes footage that I'll be publishing upcoming. Some of it'll be really behind the scenes, and it'll be on my extras series, which is available to patrons only. You can become a patron at the link below. Pledge $1 and you get access to those videos. Really hope you enjoyed this, guys. Good luck in all your ventures. A few weeks back, I decided to give away this Arduino 101 on the channel. The giveaway was hosted on my Instagram account and there's dozens of entries. Today I thought we'd do something a little bit different to give this away. This video will be that. Right, so here's the idea. I take the Nokia 5110 LCD I scrounged up, interface it to the Arduino Nano microcontroller, and I should be able to generate a random number on the display, which will allow us to pick our winner from the Instagram competition. At the end result, I should have an Arduino picking the winner of a free Arduino. Now I've just got to build it. So here's the thing. I got the Arduino assembled, wrote the code, everything was working except for the random number generated isn't so random at all. It always chooses the same numbers in the same order. I don't think this is good enough. I've got to think of something better. So I rewrote the code for the processor using a for loop to cause a more random number by a slot machine style effect. It's not perfect, but it does indeed give me the intent intended. So now we have an Arduino picking the winner of another free Arduino. Pretty cool. Hope you found that interesting, guys. Congratulations to the winner of this Arduino 101. I'll contact you directly and get this sent out to you. Don't forget to hit a like on this video if you liked it, or subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. See you next week. Today we'll take a quick look at and a complete setup of the Raspberry Pi 2 Model B from Adafruit. We're going to set this up with a dual boot system today, 2 operating systems right from start to finish. This is the Pi 2 Model B that I got from Adafruit. Simply love this thing. Huge thanks to Adafruit for getting this for me, and link to it in the description below, guys. Support Adafruit whenever you can. Pretty powerful little board, 4 USBs on board, significantly better than my old one in the background there. I won't go over all the specs on this because you can look them up yourself. 3D printed a small case for it, found on Thingiverse. I'll link that below as well. Works pretty good so far. Let's give it a try. So to start, I like using the Noobs software. You're going to download this one, the complete package, which is the offline and network version. Download that zip file. While you're downloading this, you might as well download the PuTTY program because we're going to need that later. Once it's downloaded, we're going to extract the files. This is all the files that we need. If you open the README, you can go step by step through it. We're going to need the SD card formatter tool, which works really good for any SD cards. Go ahead and use this. Select your drive, size on, and format the card. We won't do this live because it'll take a long time here. We're going to take all the files and we're going to go ahead and copy those over to the SD card. This will also take a while, so I'll skip through this. Once that's done, we're going to take the SD card, put it in the Raspberry Pi, and hook it up. Here we are with the Noobs interface. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and select the Raspbian image. We're also going to select, in this case, the OpenELEC Pi 2 version. I want the Kodi Xbox Media Center as well, in case we want to use this for a media center as well. Once that's selected, just go ahead and click Install. Click Yes. And there you go. This takes some time, so we'll go ahead and skip through this here. There we go. 2,532 megabytes, and we're done. This is where you select your OS to boot into. We're going to pick Raspbian right now, but in the future it'll auto boot into the last used OS, or you can select it, as long as you select it in the first few seconds. In here, you change any parameters that, such as your password or any other items you like to change. Once done, we're going to go ahead and log in with Pi, username Raspberry, all lowercase, unless you've changed it. And we're going to type *X. We're going to boot into the GUI of Raspbian. Once that's all booted up, you can use the operating system, go into the Pi store, work with the terminal here. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set up a VNC connection in the next video, so we don't need to work with this console anymore on a standalone monitor. In the previous video, we set up our Raspberry Pi from start to finish with a dual boot. In this video, I'll show you how to do this so you can do screen capture and work with the Pi remotely over the graphical interface. So in the previous video, I mentioned that we're going to need PuTTY to interface with the Pi. So go ahead and download this and get it installed. As well, we're going to need a VNC client, so I like Tight VNC, and download this and install it. We're also going to need the IP address of our Pi. You can get that from your router or multiple other methods. We won't go into that here. Once you have your IP address, we can go ahead and put it in on port 22, and we're going to log in as Pi and Raspberry. We're all set and logged in. Next, we're going to need to do a sudo apt-get update and install all the updates we need. That'll take some time. Once that's all complete, we can do the upgrade, and that will make sure that we're completely up to date. We won't run that here because it'll take too long to complete. We're going to need to install the tight VNC. So we do that with the install tight VNC server command. It's already installed here, so it didn't have to go through the whole process. Now we're going to need to run the tight VNC server client. Very, very simple. Once that's set up, we're going to issue it the command. We're going to do VNC server port 1, then we're going to do the screen geometry. You can set this to whatever resolution you wish. Here I just did 800 by 600, and we'll set a depth of 24. We're all set. Now open your client on your desktop PC, port 1 that we specified, and we're going to connect using the password that we specified. In this case it's Raspberry. In my case, it won't take the Raspberry. It won't allow that long of a password. There we go, we're all set. We're into the graphical user interface. From here you can work with it just like you would be right at the Pi from anywhere on your home network in this case. Great for screen share, capturing video, just remotely working with the Pi in the user interface. All the programs work, with the exception of Minecraft. I found I can't do that over a VNC. But in the next video, I'll show you some stuff on Scratch, amazing programming environment, and we'll take a play with it and see where we get. Hope this helps you guys. Cheers.
Welcome back, guys. I have a huge mailbag for you today. We'll take a look at a bunch of new parts and goodies I got. So this one's kind of a bit of a bundle that goes together. I'll go ahead and get these out. First one from Hobby King. I got this on sale. It was on their super sale for 50 bucks, and I thought this would make a great portable quad project. This thing is their folding, all-in-one, ready-to-fly quad. Actually, it's a needs a receiver, but that's it. It's got a CC3D onboard, motors, everything pre-wired, folds, fits in a case. I thought we'll give this a go and see, for 50 bucks all in, it might just be a good beginner quad. We'll do all these on a standalone video, but I thought for that cheap quad, what's the cheapest radio I could get my paws on? And I managed to pick up this older model, FlySky. It's one below, a little different than the TH9X I used for my aircraft. This is dirt cheap on eBay, bottom of the barrel pricing. There are the newer ones, and we'll have a look at one of those in a few minutes that we can do some pretty cool stuff, but the bottom of the barrel, cheap, portable quad system. We'll see if we can make it. Also, for the quads, Hobby King had a bit of a sale. During that super duper deal on the quad, they also had props, a penny a piece. I picked up as many as I could grab. I think it was lots of 16 and a penny for a pair. And this was the one time the shipping was drastically more than the initial investment of the parts. It was a heck of a deal. These are all GemFan props. We'll give them a try. I can't see how far wrong we could go. Now we can break props to our heart's content. For a VR goggle project I've got coming up, a Bluetooth remote control that we can hook to our mobile phone that I'll use in a VR headset. There'll be a video upcoming on this as well. This one was courtesy of GearBest. I agreed to do a review for them, and the item I picked out, if I can get it out of the box, this is a quad kit. This will show a complete video on, but long story short, these are the Emax red bottom motors, a 210 carbon fiber quad kit. 30 amp speed controls. This is a heavy duty kit. This is going to be a new racing quad build, my first proper racing quad build, and we'll give it a shot. This will get its own videos. For that quad, I picked out the FSI6 FlySky radio system. I think this is going to work just perfect for that quad. It's a little thinner than my TH9X, and we can upgrade this from a 6-channel to a 10 with just a firmware flash. I think it's going to work out great. The price is the key here. These things are really reasonably priced. So is that quad kit, and I think it'll be a good review, and the price is reasonable for anyone to get into the hobby. That's how I pick items that we're going to build upcoming on the channel here. It's got to be reasonable for people to get into. This is that. Few random packages that showed up. Haven't even opened these yet. Let's see what we got. These are antennas, circular polarized, SMA style, standard FPV antennas. This is a data logger. This is, I think they call them open log. Basically, it's just an SD card reader writer with a serial interface on it that'll hook up to flight controllers to expand how much room we have for our black box data recording. I was going to try these with the CC3D, but I'm not sure whether I'll bother yet. We'll see. What else we got? Receivers for the FlySky radio. This is the first radio I showed in the video here, the old style. I love these things. I use them in my fixed wing aircraft. They're dirt cheap and they work. Got 3 of them. More FPV antennas. That one got a little beat up in shipping. Same deal as before. These are the not right angle SMA connectors, just standard straight in, handy for certain things. In particular, my quad setups now, I'm using the right angle on the FPV transmitter, so these will stick straight up from the quad. And this one, we got just a cheap prop balancer. These are not the best thing out there, but they certainly will work. It's better than nothing. I'm gonna give this a try. We'll incorporate this into one of the quad build videos. Not much to it. Standard rare earth magnets. One end of the balancer just floats in the air here. The point sits on there. Not much friction at all. Should work pretty good. And I needed some battery straps, so I grabbed these ones. I don't know what this is, but they were really cheap on eBay, next to nothing, but they'll work good for holding my lipos on. Too bad they got somebody else's website and logo on them, but hey, whatever. For the price, you know me guys, I like frugal pricing. What have we got? LiPo alarms. These are just standard LiPo voltage alarms. These ones you can actually set them to the voltage you want. They're really cheap on eBay. A couple of the guys in the local model club, at least one in particular, he didn't really know how to order these and didn't have any. And I thought, hey, when I'm ordering them, I just ordered a whole pile of them. I don't even remember how many this is. Probably about 10 of them. I think they were about $1.25 each. This one is actually too big to get in shot here in the workshop. I'll go ahead and get it out of the box. We'll take a look at what it is. I'm pretty excited. During the flash sales at Hobby King, they put up an electric skateboard, a series of them. There was 3 different models. This is actually the most frugal priced street version board model. For those of you who've watched my channel for a while, you saw my hoverboard video. I did get one of the self-balancing scooters, aka hoverboards, and I thought, what a great idea to compare the two. I've always wanted one of the boosted boards since I first saw them. You see them on Casey Neistat's videos all the time. I like the hoverboard, but not that much. I'm gonna give this a try and see how it works out. This will get its own standalone video, but in the bottom we've got a pretty beefy looking motor here. Drive belt system to one rear wheel, and that's it. Battery compartment here, and nothing special up front, just big heavy looking trucks and really kind of oversized wheels on this thing. We'll see how it works out. It is heavy, no question there, but nice surface on it. We'll give it its own review video. Comes with a pistol style remote. Basically, it just looks like something cheap from the RC industry been repurposed. And 110 volt charger, good. It's got North American style end on it. I think we're good. We'll give it a try. I don't know how this is going to work, but I think it's going to be fun. Glad you guys could join me today. Hope you enjoyed this little mailbag. I'll get some of these parts into service and we'll make some videos of some fun stuff in the upcoming weeks. Cheers, guys. Welcome back, guys. Quick update on my ZMR 250 quad build. If you didn't see the initial unboxing and overview of this kit, I'll post a link to it for you. This is a Chinese clone ZMR 250. I whipped it together in the most kind of crude way possible. I didn't trim any wiring on it. I just looped all the excess back and did it the simplest way possible to emulate that of anyone else getting started in the 250 size quad hobby. And it went together great. Power distribution board just stuck to the bottom here because it wouldn't fit in between. Covered it in some electrical tape. Not the best solution, but hey, it's quick and dirty. Overall, I'm loving this thing. The receiver I used is not a PPM. I used one of these FlySky 6-channel receivers, hooked it up, PWM, stuck all the extra cabling, sort of stuffed it inside. Really ugly build, but highly functional. I'm super impressed. Got the Mobius on it. I've been running 2200 LiPo 3-cell on it. The motor draw was actually better than what I expected. These are a fairly small motor setup. Again, all the specs are in the previous video. I did do a complete test of the draw. I'll show you that. Worked out really, really well. This thing, not a powerhouse, also with the large battery on board, not the best, but hey, it works. CC3D flight controller on board, and what I did is I flashed it with the LibrePilot and used the Supermoon Eclipse 1509 firmware. This is just because that's the first firmware that comes up when you're searching around, and most apt to any beginner can start there really, really easy. And at the end of this video, I'll post all my settings on all my PIDs, everything, because I'm sure someone in the future will ask me for them regardless of whether they're useful to them or not. But hey, we'll throw them at the end for anyone. I will update this to beta flight firmware very soon, so then we can get some really fun times out of it. The FPV camera and system worked out quite well. I had to drill a hole through the frame at the back for my antenna setup, and then I mounted my mushroom style antenna. It worked out very well, except I made a mistake. I left this, it didn't bolster this, and the antenna was very floppy. What ended up happening is that was actually inducing an oscillation, and it was very hard to tune out. And when I stiffened this up with just a piece of coffee stir stick and some heat shrink over it, problem solved. No more oscillation. Worked out great. So overall, I'm pretty happy with it. One mistake I made early on was I had the antenna for the radio a bit obscured in the carbon fiber. Huge rookie mistake. I'll show you what happened as a result of that. Long story short, carbon fiber does not allow RF energy to pass through, and you end up crashing. Easy fix, got that outside the frame. I'm going to get it up higher in the future here. It's still not the best mounting location, but hey, it works. It's out of the way of the props. I'm pretty happy. And this is the locator light little transmitter for finding this thing in the long grass, and you'll see a full video of that upcoming on the channel. What I also did is I took this case that I bought from my DJI Phantom that ended up getting a refund because it was all completely crushed during the shipping from China. I took this and hacked it out It wouldn't work for the Phantom, but hey, it worked out great for this little quad. I made myself a carrying backpack. It fits my transmitter, the locator light, lost model locator slides in there, no problem. Everything fits pretty darn good. I'm really, really happy with it overall, so not too bad. We're going to go ahead and give this some more tuning when I get the Betaflight installed. It's going to be a lot of fun. I advise anyone get into the hobby and give one of these a try. For the price of them, you can't go too far wrong. They're very, very reasonable to buy nowadays and just a ton of fun. Really enjoying this hobby. So catch you guys next video. Cheers.
What is up, guys? Today something a little bit different. Got to do a truck repair for the wife. This happens on a lot of vehicles. It's not unique to this 08 F-150 from Ford. The blower motor will quit working, so we have position 1 dead, position 2 dead, position 3 dead, and then 4 we're good to go. These will die at different times, usually, and it's just the resistor network that's used to drive them. They're really a piece of junk in today's vehicles. Really easy fix on this truck. We'll get this back working, so it's a little safe. She has defrost again when it's foggy windows and stuff. Let's go ahead and fix this truck. First off, you're going to need to get into the glove box. Over here, there's a tab. You just push it, and the glove box will swing down out of the way. Way back inside here, there's a wire harness. 2 bolts holding this device into the blower plenum chamber here. We're going to go ahead and take those out. Once you've wrestled those 2 screws / bolts out of there, you can go ahead and pull your resistor out. So this is what the device looks like. Not looking like too much. Maybe we'll clean it up and do a little bit post-mortem on the bench, but this thing will be shot. The old vehicles way back in the day used a far better system than this PCB printed resistor system. They used to use coils of wire as the resistor, and they were in the plenum chamber, always bathed in air. I don't think I ever replaced any ever. For those of you who watch the channel know I was a mechanic for 10 years. I'm still licensed, actually. So we're gonna go ahead and swap this out. Lucky enough, they make these aftermarket now. Came to 53 bucks from my local UAP Napa. There's the part number. Nothing to it. Hopefully, it'll be a direct fit. What do you know? We have a winner. New one, old one. Perfect. Let's go ahead and stick it in. Boom. And just like that, we have low speed, little medium, medium high. Perfect. We are good to go. All speeds back working, just like that, guys. The simple resistor takes 5 minutes to change it. 2 screws, nothing to it. Hopefully this helps someone. Save yourself some money. This is a job you can definitely do at home. No need to take it to the dealer to do these. Almost all manufacturers, at least domestic, are using the same kind of resistor nowadays, and they all fail. I changed hundreds of them on GMs back in the day. Cheers, guys. We'll see you next video.
Welcome back to the channel, guys. We're going to do a 5-minute tune-up on my 3D printer. Welcome back, guys. My 3D printer has been neglected for too long. It's time to give it a little tune-up, and I thought I'd share how I do it. With the cover off, you can see this is my Solidoodle 2 3D printer. It's served me well over the past few years, but it's time to give it a little tune-up. It's been neglected for a few months here. Not much to it. It's really easy. Anyone can do this with their 3D printers, and the process is almost always the same. This part is super easy, super basic. Clean all the crap out of the bottom of it and start fresh with a nice clean printer. Once we got all the junk out of the bottom, we're going to give the build plate a little bit of love. I print directly on dollar store mirrors. This comes out real easy and cleans up real nice. You can use a bit of acetone if you need to, or you can just use some rubbing alcohol from the drugstore, which works really good, cleans everything up, leaves no residue behind. Or you can just use Windex or whatever if you're printing on glass like me, but see how that polishes right up. Go ahead and take these little scrunchies off, but this is a minor thing. Flipping the printer on its side, you can see the rods that our running gear runs on, the linear bearings. The grease has all gone sticky, and we need to clean all that up. You don't need to really use any solvent on it. Just a paper towel and get that off of there. If you do need to use some solvent, you again can use rubbing alcohol, or you can also use acetone. Just be careful if yours is like mine and runs on ABS blocks. You don't want to wreck your ABS sliders or whatever. Make sure anything that you're putting on here doesn't attack the plastics and materials. But just clean all that up. We're going to do the same on both sides, and the other axis, we're going to do both the X and the Y axis. The Z axis on this printer is a rod. We'll do it later. But once we get all these cleaned up, you go ahead and add some grease. In my case, I have some SKF grease that's safe for the plastics on my printer and materials. I've checked. This stuff is actually for helicopter swash plates. It's really high quality stuff. The process is really, really simple. Once you have the rods cleaned up, we're just going to apply a thin film to the rods here and get them all lubricated so we don't have any excess. Make sure you don't have any goobers hanging off of it that are going to drip down on your build plate and mess up your prints or interfere with anything else such as your belts. And that's all there is to it. Repeat this process on any of your linear bearings and rods. While we're in here, I noticed a bit of a problem. I don't know whether this is going to come across on camera very well. I might have to get a better angle on it, but I have some rot starting on the belts. These aren't that bad yet. You could run them until they're done. It's actually not coming across on camera very well, but they're pretty checked, like a weather checking pattern. Not a big deal to go ahead and change those. I do have spares. I always get spares for my printer and have them on hand. So I think I'll go ahead and restring the belts. That's beyond the scope of this video, though. It's a little bit of an involved process. So just have a look at your belts. You can definitely just run them till they're done, but be aware if one breaks during a print, the printer will just continue to try to print in open air and generally cause some bad things to happen. With the printer still on its side, down underneath the build platform here, I have my Z-rod. This is completely dried out and devoid of grease at this time. It's well past due. So we're going to go ahead and we'll clean up these rods and we're going to lubricate the Z-rod here. Again, same as the other ones. Apply a very light coating of grease. Don't need a lot here. And then on the Z, you even need less. Don't be tempted to sloth it on here and fill all the threads up, because the first time the build platform comes down, it's just going to squeeze it all out of there and it's just going to end up down on the stepper motor here anyway. So just a little bit goes a long way. Keep things moving smoothly. Not all printers are going to have this system, but mine does. that's pretty much it. Last step is going to be to get this old filament out of there. That this stuff has gone brittle in its old age. It's completely garbage. We'll get that out of there and get some fresh filament in it. We are going to be good to go. This printer will be ready to put back into service for many hours of hopefully trouble-free printing. A little bit of maintenance on these goes a long way. Remember, check your instructions for your specific printer because a lot of them are going to be different, but the basics are the same. A little bit of lubrication on the sliding surfaces. Make sure our belts are in good shape. Make sure we don't have anything wearing through on items like our wiring here. Make sure that we haven't worn through it. Just really basic stuff. Give your printer some love and it'll serve you well for many hours of printing. Cheers, guys. Welcome back to the channel, guys. I have a bit of an exciting one for me today. I have the first look at my new 210 racing quad. Full disclosure before we start out, this was sent to me by gearbest.com. I handpicked this because I think it would fit well on the channel, as well as I think it'll fit well with me. I picked the radio as well. Both will be linked in the description below. So everything comes just sort of packaged in the bag you saw, and once you get everything out, we have a bunch of pretty high quality parts, I think. Let's get some out. First up, I think we'll take a look at the frame itself. As usual, everything comes in this Mylar packaging, which is a little bit funny that it's like ESD packaging, but yeah, it makes things look good. So first impressions. This frame is beefy and really well cut out. I'm not feeling any burrs or anything. There's a one-piece lower frame, quite thick. They boast that this is to be 3mm carbon. It does actually feel thicker than 3mm. I don't have my vernier handy. I'll post an annotation if I want to get a measurement on this. Our top plate is a little bit thinner, as to be expected. Place for the antenna to stick out. This plate is a little rougher cut, but not too bad. Camera mount and hardware. So long and the short of it, the standoffs will sit between and our frame will sit something like this, and we should be all set. Here we have the ESCs. Go ahead and get one out of here. These are supposed to be a 30 amp BL Heli, one shot, 2 to 6 cell ESC, and I believe they look like the standard that I've seen all over. Really nice silicone style wires. You'll note no BEC output because we're going to use the PDB, the power distribution board, for that. Really nice looking, really nice feeling ESCs. The terminals are insulated. Sometimes I see this heat shrink not cover them all the way, so they look really, really good. I'm impressed. Along the lines of power, these are the Emax motors it comes with. Just the casing on these and the packaging just screams quality right off the hop. These are the Emax red bottoms. RS2205 2200 kV motor made in China. Really good looking quality. Feel great. I don't anticipate any issues. Come with the hardware. I think we should be all set. Really good looking little motors. These things have a tried and true track record. I think they'll just work fantastic. Lovely packaging though. I really like when people take the time to make a really high quality packaging. Yeah, it may bump the price up a little bit, but makes you feel good when you buy it. Little attentions to detail. Here's the Allen key, and it comes with a ball end on it. It's not your average piece of junk Allen key, and actually I can tell just by the finish and the feel of this that this is probably a quality tool actually. Really impressive stuff. Just, it's the little things. Comes with some bullnose props, nothing crazy to see here, 5045s. Here's our power distribution board, mini power hub with BEC 5 volt and 12 volt. Really good looking little distribution board. I expected this. Mini power hub, silk screened on the back. Good looking stuff. Nice gold pads. I don't foresee any problems here. If it works out of the box, we should be all set. We'll find out when it comes time to assemble this. Then we have the F3 Acro flight controller. There's the board. This should be the SP F3 or SP3 board. Pretty standard flight controller now in some of these higher performance quads. This is quite a step up from the CC3Ds that you often see these quads come with. It does come with a nice case that you can choose to use or not. Not sure whether our build will use it. I tend to doubt it, but it's labeled Clean Flight, SP Racing, F3 Acro. We'll be flashing this with Betaflight for sure. Probably the 291 we're going to start right off the hop with, and hopefully we have some good luck. This is going to be a fun quad. So that's the general overview of the quad. I think this is a fantastic kit. I see no reason we're going to have any difficulties. I think for the price, it's going to be fantastic. Radio we're going to use with it. I picked out the FS-i6. This is an extremely price-conscious radio that we're going to be able to upgrade with some fresh firmware to take this from a 6-channel to a 10. Comes in standard packaging, nothing crazy here. Comes with a CD, which I'm guessing might have some firmware type stuff on it. There are lots of reviews of this radio online. We won't go into crazy in-depth. We'll show more when we get this thing up and going, but the cliff notes are, this is very thin, very light radio. It feels great in the hands. It's got a nice large LCD display. The gimbals are really smooth, really light action, no spring to remove, no centering on the throttle. Thank you for not having that. Saves me some time. All the switches we need that we can reprogram for our flight modes and for our arming, and a couple rotaries at the top, which I don't know that I will ever use. This one is the one that still has trim switches on it. Hopefully we don't need those. And batteries. Takes 4 AA's. Pretty standard. What we will end up doing, we'll flash the firmware to the updated version, and then I'll probably add a buck converter in here, and we'll run this off of LiPos, because I just detest AA batteries. I just can't stand using them when I've got LiPo packs. So we'll go ahead and do the mod, which I did previously on my Hubsan. There's a video on my channel. I'll post a link right up there, and you can check it out. But the process will be the same. Really easy mod, and then we can use any 3-cell LiPo pack on here, or even 4-cell if we want. One caveat. The radio receiver that it comes with is the FS-IA6 6-channel receiver. This is a quite capable little receiver. It would work just fine if we wanted to use PWM, but this one is not PPM capable from what I understand. So I went ahead and got something else. I went ahead and got these just off of Amazon. This is the FS-IA6B. This is a fully PPM capable as well as S-Bus receiver. We're going to use these instead. It'll work a little bit better. We don't have to run so many wires. And we might decase this as well, because we don't need all these connections. We're only going to need a PPM signal going into it. We'll get this mounted up in the quad as well. Should be a great little receiver. I got 2 of them, and we'll be all set for all of our quads. Well guys, that is the new GB210 from gearbest.com. The links are posted below. I can't wait to get this thing in the air. I'm going to start building it this afternoon and get some of this assembled and hopefully tuned this week. Make sure you throw a comment down below. Let me know how you found this video and if you're interested in quads or what kind of quads you're working on. Cheers guys. Hey guys, welcome back. Really quick mailbag today. Got some more goodies from Hackaday. Let's have a look. Let's open this one first, because this one I'm really excited about. I've been really excited to get this. Well, I'm pretty sure I know what it is. I don't want to damage it. May seem a little silly,
But what I got is a t-shirt. I actually got a Hackaday t-shirt finally. Totally cool. I am gonna wear this with pride. It's actually a really nice t-shirt. A simple idea can change the world. Sure can, guys. Awesome job, Hackaday. Thank you for the t-shirt. Been just eagerly awaiting this. Didn't even notice. Got another logo sticker dealio. Perfect. We can put that on a project. Let's see what else we got here, guys. Definitely pretty excited about this one too. Not all about the t-shirt here. Pretty sure I know what should be in here. No hair care products this time, guys. We got another logo. What we got is the light blue bean. Very cool. This is, I believe it's their own microcontroller dev board, and I haven't had a chance to really look into these a lot, but what I did figure out is it has a Bluetooth low energy on board, battery on board, all the pins broke out, very cool. RGB LED on board, 3-axis gyro on board, and it's powered by an Atmega 328, if I remember right, which is basically your standard micro, very capable processor. I think they've got it running at 8 megahertz on this one, but I had to double check that, guys. It supposedly has 3 digital I/O and 2 analog, but look, I think we have 5. I have to double check that. You can post in the comments below. I can't remember how much I/O it has. Lots of room for breakout. Very cool little board. I'm looking forward to giving this a try. A lot of guys are setting these up with, I think it's Node Red with the Raspberry Pi to allow this to talk to the Pi and be a standalone I/O device. Really nifty. All one piece. Never used anything like it, guys. I've never been big on all the standalone micros out there because there's just too many, but I'm going to give this one a try, so we'll give this a go in an upcoming video. Cheers, Hackaday. Thanks for these early bird prizes. Really appreciate it. Guys, you can check out my Hackaday 2015 prizes down below that I submitted, and that's how I got these. These were early bird prizes. So cheers, Hackaday. Awesome stuff. Really appreciate everything you've done.
Hey guys, a little while ago I showed off this quadcopter from gearbest.com, and finally we're going to get it out and do a quick little flight. One thing I didn't mention before, I just love this on-off switch on here. I think all RC should have this. Hobby King, give me this, a solid way to disconnect on my ESCs. I would love it. Only complaint I've had so far is the battery charge connector is insanely tight, guys. Really tough to get that on and off, but definitely something I can work with. If you didn't see the original video on this, I'll post it down below so you can check it out and see what this was all about when I got it out of the box. But let's see what it does here. Alright, we're synced up. We've got a little wind today here, guys, so it might be a little rough, but let's give it a go. Not a problem. Let's hover it back towards the camera here. Got a little bit of trim required here. See if we can go ahead and trim that out. There we go. That's a little better. Working pretty good. No complaints. It's definitely very capable of hovering. There's not too much wind now. It just kind of died. And now it comes back. Works pretty good, guys, I have to say. It's very smooth. It's a little jumpy on the throttle. It's like it's got a bunch of expo on the throttle or something. Let me cover it with the cameras here. Hopefully my head mount's working here. But definitely very stable. You can see the gyro kicking in from time to time. I don't have a lot of space here to fly it in, guys, so we have the prop guards on. Let's go ahead. There's that video button. How do we tell if we're videoing? Let's hope we're taking video. No way to tell. Guess I should have read the instructions a little better. Let's see what happens when we descend kind of quickly here. Let's see if we can get it into a bit more. It's really mushy here, guys. Let's see if we can get it into a bit more expert mode. How do we do that? There, we're up to 100% on something. Let's see what that does. It's pretty snappy. Overall, guys, I'm gonna have to say, this is pretty impressive for such a cheap price. It has no problem holding in the wind up there. Overall, I'm really impressed with this. Really good yaw rate, no problems there. Good roll rate, and let's just see if we can hold it a little steady up in the breeze up there. Yeah, I can hear it kicking in and out. It's doing a hell of a good job. Really impressive. Except for the piloting. That wasn't so impressive. Overall, guys, I'd say you can't fail. I'm not sure, we'll see how the video is. I've never even looked at it. Guys, this is the first flight outside with this. You're seeing it for the first time with me, so pretty impressive, I have to say. I got no complaints here. Really quite good. For such a small area, like look at that. I'm not going to find too many quads that are going to do that in this price range, really, honestly. Pretty impressive. And hit the tripod. Overall, guys, I'm going to give this a thumbs up. Pretty impressive. Thanks to GearBest for sending this to me. Truly impressive little quad. I have to say, I need to read the instructions a little bit better. Because it's been a little while since I looked at them, but for a brushed motor, working great. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers.
Hey guys, welcome back. Today we're going to start a new crop in the kitchen countertop garden. Hey guys, welcome back. Glad you could join me today. For those of you new to the channel, my name is Eric. This is the kitchen countertop garden I've created. You can find it all on Hackaday. If you haven't seen the video before, I'll post a link down below. As well as in the description, I'll post a link to the Hackaday post where you can find out how I built this and how you can build one of your own. We're going to start a new crop in the garden today. You just need a few basic essentials and I'll show you guys how it's done. Not much to this, guys. My favorite place for project stuff, slide out to the dollar store because I needed a new container because I ended up, I actually repurposed the last ones I had. So these are some of the container styles you can use. I used to prefer a full depth tray that fits in the back of the garden, the whole span. Now I'm starting to break them off into modular because I'm finding it's a lot nicer if you want to change the crop or trim things. You can trim some but not disturb all of them. It's pretty handy. So I prefer the Miracle-Gro potting mix only because I've had success in the past and my local Canadian Tire stocks this year round, so I like using it. Beyond that, we just need some seeds and our containers. These other ones would work too, but they don't have quite the area. I do recommend not using clear containers. It's a little better to not have light get to the soil, but it's not a deal breaker at all. So we're gonna go ahead and do these ones up just because they're dirt cheap. Why not? Some seeds, you can buy these at the dollar store too. We'll have a quick look. So some of the seeds that I use most often, these are Mackenzie Winter Blend Salad Mix, pretty cool. I haven't tried this one yet, a mesclun mix. These are a giant red mustard. We're not going to use these here. These are too slow to grow. I grow these outside and I don't think they're going to work in here, but I might throw one or two seeds in just to see. And good old spinach, awesome sour green, works great. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm gonna make a bit of a mess here, but that's okay. So we just go ahead and this has got to be potting mix, guys. Don't use topsoil or anything like that. You got to use a good quality potting mix, or you can use any other media that you like growing with if you're into hydroponic stuff and stuff like that. It'll work fine in here. we want a good, healthy dollop of soil in both of these. What we want to basically fill these up. It is going to settle a little bit. There. I think that's about where we want to be. We're not going to pack this at all right now. We want it pretty full, but not totally, because what we're going to do is we're going to cover the seeds after. We're not going to bury them. So we'll go ahead and take our seeds, and what we're going to do is, contrary to any of the instructions on these, we are going to seed the heck out of this. Overseeding is okay in this case because we can prune things out. What we don't want is, well, you can plant more later too, it's not a big deal, but we want lots of plants growing in here. So that's probably enough spinach. And stuff goes like crazy. What I really love is this winter blend salad leaves. This stuff we can go hog wild with. A little bit does go a long way with these though, guys. Really small seeds, just go ahead and sprinkle them in. Like I said, it's way overseeding here, but that's okay. I want to get a few around the edges if possible. So that's an area that often I miss and I regret it after. And that is about it. Just pat that down just a wee bit on each of them. Make sure the seeds are somewhat settled in, but nothing too crazy. You don't want to mash this down. And then we'll go ahead and add some more soil on top. And you should be about level with the top. We can add a little bit more once we water it in if it compresses too much. We don't need a ton of soil here, guys, because what you do is you add a little bit of your favorite fertilizer or grow liquid to your watering. But yeah, that's it. We're going to go ahead and water these in, and we're going to put them into the garden. That's what they look like watered in. You can already see it's settling quite a bit. I didn't really soak things. Let it settle. Let the water settle in, and then get an idea of your moisture level, and then you can add more. You can't take it away real easy, and we don't want to waterlog the heck out of them right away. And that is about it. We're going to set these into the grow chamber, into the garden. I need to get my other rack back from the basement. I'm going to close it up. And that is all. In a few days, few weeks, we're going to have tons of greens in here, and we're going to have some fresh salad and some good stuff. Cheers, guys. Thanks for following this project. If you like this video, please consider a thumbs up below. It really helps the channel. Check out the project over on Hackaday. Best of luck in all your electronics ventures. Hey guys, welcome back. Today we're going to start another crop in the bottom of our open source Arduino Urban Kitchen Garden. Hey guys, welcome back. For those of you new to the channel, my name is Eric. I've showed the Arduino countertop garden several times now. What we did last time, we started a crop on the top. Once this gets growing, we'll move it down. This is going to be greens, but we still have this space at the bottom. What we're going to do is we're going to grow some sprouts. And this is as simple as it gets for doing that. So I mentioned this in the previous video, but I didn't really explain how it works. I take these Boston Pizza takeout trays, and what you do is you drill some holes in the bottom. Don't need this many, but more the better. We need to drain it. And what I do is I take some hot glue to raise this up, and what that does, it allows this to sit on here, and this acts as a drainage tray because we want our sprouts to always be draining. What we got here, I soaked these last night. This is a ½ cup of soybeans. These are grown locally. They're organic, certified seed soybeans. They're strictly for growing more. They're not for consumption in this way. So perfect for what we need. You can see the water's a little yellow, and it's expanded significantly from the ½ cup start, but that's good. That's what we want. We're going to go ahead and rinse these, and we're going to get them in the tray. So there we are, guys. That started as only a ½ cup, but that completely covers the bottom. It's even a little more than what we need, but I'd say it's just about right. I used to do this with a full cup, and that's way too much. So these are going to drain into the bottom here. All we've got to do is water them twice per day, and then drain off the extra. So you just give them a rinse. You also want to pick out any ones that look a little funky or any that have split because they're not going to grow. But this bunch is amazing looking. One of the pluses of being able to get it from a local farmer. What you do then is we want to cover it so that no light gets into it. Just take simple old tin foil, make a tent around it, and we can put it into the garden. So we just take this, set it on the bottom so no light is going to get in at our sprouts, which is what we need. We don't want this super tight. You want it to be able to breathe a little bit. It's going to be better for things. And that's it. We leave that about 5 days. That thing is going to be full of sprouts. And we also have our lettuce growing in the top. We are all set. Fresh greens soon enough, guys. If you like this project, please consider a thumbs up on the video, and you can find the full links to the Hackaday build process, everything about it, the code, the assembly, everything is posted there for you guys. It's all open source. Take it, use it, make it better, guys. Cheers.
Really quick one today, guys. I ran into some trouble. I thought I'd share how I did this. I hooked up my FSI6B receiver to my Seriously Pro F3 racing flight controller via the iBus. Not much to this, but it can be a little tricky, and it was for me. What we need to start out with, our transmitter, and we need to set it up so that it's going to work in PPM mode. So you go down to RX setup, go down to PPM output, and make sure it's on. Perfect. That's all there is to it in the transmitter. To get the iBus working on the F3 flight controller, we're going to need to use the IO2 connector, which is this one right here. We're going to hook it up to the receiver on the terminal labeled servo at the top for the S-Bus out. We just hook that up, and we'll put white to the top here. That's our signal pin. We're also going to need to feed this power, so I'm just going to use a BEC here and a battery. We'll just hook that up down here, and that should power up our receiver, and it has. It also fires up the flight controller. We're all set. We can go ahead and plug in. With our flight controller plugged in, I'm using Betaflight, but this will be the same in CleanFlight or others. We're going to go to ports. UART3 is the one we're going to be using in this case, and we need to make sure it is enabled for serial receive. Go ahead and save and reboot if you need to. Under the configuration tab, we need to set it up so that we're going to use RX serial. So we select that here. We also need to select iBus in this case, and just go ahead and click save and reboot. Now if we go to the receiver tab and turn on our radio, we should have moving values. Fantastic. We are all set. Now we need to go ahead and assign our aux channels, but before we do that, we're going to go ahead and mod this radio and take it up to 10 channels with a firmware update. And then we can use all the switches on the top and enable everything here in Betaflight. I hope that helps someone. Really basic, quick video, guys. I struggled with it a little bit, but at the end of it, there was nothing to it. Cheers, guys.
With this video, I want to tell you the story of how I made this project, but more importantly, I want to tell you why. Each day, workers around the world charge into danger. They come armed with the skills, equipment, and courage, but I've known something has been missing. In far too many cases, it is the would-be rescuer lost as a result of a rescue attempt. Far too often, these men and women end up paying the ultimate price for their heroism. OSHA publicizes that rescuers account for more than 60% of the confined space fatalities. A simple air monitoring device can fully prevent these accidents. However, most commercial units put the user extremely close to the danger. I knew I could do better. I wanted a sensor which could be thrown into any dangerous environment and report the air quality to any user hundreds of feet away at safety. This project is that device. In 2015, I began creating the gas sensor grenade. I took a simple Arduino and some basic electronics, combined them with a pre-existing Arduino library that was able to synthesize human voice. The sensor is then able to broadcast the gas levels remotely to any user with a handheld radio. The sensor works extremely well. I publicized the code as well as the design files for a custom PCB and all related instructions online and documented them via my YouTube channel. I'm extremely happy with the results of this project. The prototype works extremely well and requires a very minimal amount of finishing. I have found the sensor to be slightly inadequate. I need to get a commercial unit that will be far more suited to monitoring all the gas levels. I'm also going to add visual indication to the unit as well, using LEDs as well as probably battery monitoring. Overall, I couldn't be happier with the results of this project. It has been submitted to Hackaday Prize 2015. This project is fully open source. Take the code, take the design, make it yours, make it better. There is no doubt that the world as we know it is changing. Regardless of your beliefs, we need to be doing things better and we need to be doing them now. We all need to do more to promote buying and growing local food. Most of the food in your local grocery store traveled hundreds or thousands of kilometers to get there. I've long been a fan of local food production and I wanted to support people to grow some of their own food. I found the commercial units to either be too expensive or require proprietary seed pods and lighting. I knew I could do better. I wanted to build a fully enclosed, aesthetically pleasing countertop garden. The countertop wine chillers fit the bill perfectly. The unit uses basic LED lights. Using an Arduino microcontroller, it controls all aspects of light cycles, temperature, and other variables. The unit displays all variables and monitoring on an LCD display, so at a glance you can see what's happening in your garden. After receiving an amazing response on Adafruit Live Show and Tell, I decided to share the project open source with the world. I started creating planting tutorial videos and assembly videos. Because you can control all variables, even the pickiest of plants can be grown. It monitors temperature, humidity, and soil moisture. It can also trigger alarms on any of the variables it monitors. It can be set up for automatic watering as well as humidity control. It requires no proprietary seeds or pods. It can use any grow media, including just plain soil. Future modifications would include a different humidity sensor. I shared the entire project on the Hackaday website with full instructions and shared the code and design files. Thanks to Hackaday, I also learned to create custom PCBs and made one for this project. The prototype PCB was created from OshPark. All the information, code, design files is available on the Hackaday website and shared with the world. Overall, I couldn't be happier with the results, and I'm very happy to share this with the world. Take the design, take the code, make it yours, make it better.
Welcome back to the MKME Lab, guys. We have a first look today at my new Dubai 225mm racing quad. This quad was sent to me from gearbest.com. I'm really excited about it. It is going to be a speed demon. This is how the packaging arrived. I thought it worthy of showing because honestly, this is a huge fail. I did take a look because I wanted to see how much damage we had incurred, if any, and right off the hop, this is not the way to ship components like this. Pretty loosey-goosey. Sorry, Gearbest, but you gotta do better than this. Inside, though, we have
some pretty awesome components. I'm really happy with this. Hopefully they're not damaged. Let's take a look. We'll go ahead and take things out and then we'll get a closer look at it. Speed controls, just loose in the box. Here's what's left of the FPV antenna. We're good. I don't think it'll be, it shouldn't be damaged. It's got a pretty good kink, but I think it'll be alright. Nothing worse than a crash. In here, we have camera, props, motors, and frame. Perfect. Let's go ahead and take a look. This is the frame. This is labeled as the GEP ZX 6-inch, 225 millimeter. This is pretty much the same as all the GE series frames as far as I can tell. This one specifically being a 225. This is the first time I've got a look at this. Assembly schematic, pretty reasonable. Nothing too surprising there. Inside, all the components packaged individually. I'm liking that. A good battery strap, the one with the rubber back. Not like a battery strap is a deal breaker, but hey, if you're going to send something, make it good. XT60, as well as a power distribution board. Let's take a look at this. Because this is one thing on their website, they don't explain what power distribution board you get. In this one, nothing labeled on that side, but it looks like we have 5 volt and 12 volt regulation. And GEP RC. So I don't have a model number on that, but I bet you we could look it up and see if there's anything crazy we need to know. Pretty straightforward though, nothing too surprising here. No jumpers to set, and it looks like no video throughput, so we don't plumb our video through here. I've been using the Maytech cards, the PDBs, and I'm liking them, so I'm not sure. I say we build it the way it came. Rest of the goodies in the box. Frame. We want to know about the frame. I love this. Heavy duty. I'll post all the specs on the different dimensions of the frame rather than wasting time measuring the thicknesses here. These are thick, wicked thick. I'm thinking this is going to be awfully hard to break. One of the main reasons I picked out this frame, other than the awesome gear that comes with it. In the package, not much else to see here. Standard metal hardware. Nice anodized aluminum though. That's maybe worth showing off. I like when things come anodized and when things come aluminum too. Extremely light, it weighs nothing in the hands. Spacer for between the frame chunks and some standoffs. These are actually aluminum standoffs. Pretty cool. And then actually inside there are the nylon ones for the power distribution board. Standard stuff. I think that's pretty good. Even has some lasering and some engraving on here. Actually, let's take a look at that. That makes me wonder, is that lasered or is it engraved? That is actually engraved. Wish they wouldn't do that. That's just gonna catch goop and stuff. I'm all about branding, but yeah, I guess you gotta brand your stuff, right? The carbon fiber is perfect. I feel no burst, no nothing. It's actually clean too. My fingers aren't getting dirty from this, so they took a little bit of time and made it a nice little frame kit. I have nothing bad to say. Even comes with some spongies for feet, which won't do any good if we put our battery on the bottom. It won't do much good. We'll see when it comes time to build it. I'll do a full build-up video on this later. Inside here, pretty standard equipment. Another reason I picked this kit is because it comes with the SPF3 flight controller. This thing, tried and true. It will run, we can run 4K on this, no problem. It will just work. Has everything on board that I need. Awesome little flight control. Step up from CC3D or the Naze boards. This is pretty much standard right now until the F4 comes along. Just plain works. Love it. We'll put beta flight. Right now it'll be 3.0 beta flight. Might change in the near future, but 3.0 just came out, so. Major selling point of this kit. Awesome stuff. Emax 2205, the RS 2205 red bottoms. These are a 2300 kV brushless outrunner motor. You've seen them in my GB210 video. These things are the standard nowadays. These are the real ones. This is coming in the actual authentic packaging. They're not a repackaged, which is just a knockoff. These things are incredible, incredible motors. Tough as nails, go like scared cats. They're worth every penny. And in this kit, they put the right things together. Hence the reason that this is on my bench right now. Speed controls. These are the Little B 30 amp speed controls. These are a 2 to 6 cell LiPo with BL Heli on board. I have these exact ones on my 210. They work awesome. They are a 30 amp, so they're kind of top of the mark right now. No problem with a 4 or a 5S. And easy to program through the F3 flight control. You put BL Heli Suite on your computer. You're able to flash all of them. Tasty tidbit, you don't need to worry about what direction you wire your motors because you can reverse them in the speed controls, no problem, through BL Heli. It's super, super easy. Makes assembly a cinch, and you'll see more of that on the channel here as we move along. In here as well is the video transmitter. Now, I have no experience with this one, and I'm curious to see how it's going to work out. It did send the standard dipole that we won't use, but this is supposed to be a 600 milliwatt 40 channel standard video transmitter, really small. This is the TS5828L. Very similar to the ones I'm used to. I use the ones with the remote SMA connection with a piece of coax going off, but I don't think there'll be any problem with this. This should be pretty good. Classy looking little unit. Standard push button to switch channels with a display. I love the display. Also in the package, what else have we got? This is the FPV camera. Now, this is a wild card as well. This is touted as a 1000 TV line camera. Quite small, and does look like it will mount to the carbon fiber through the standard board cam mount. I've never used one, so let's see if there's anything in here on it. There's not much noted on the website. I did get a little bit of instruction. Manual book. Model number, well, multiple model numbers. This is supposed to be the 1000 TV line, so it'll be this one, 640 by 480 resolution of 408. I don't know how it's going to work out. I don't hold out a huge amount of hope for this, but it comes in this great package, so heck, we got to give it a try, right? We'll see how it does. Also in the package, you get some props. These are the OC Day genuine replacement parts. These are a bull-nosed 3-blade 5045 tri-blade. We'll definitely use them. Why not? We'll take our first flights with this and see how they work out. I don't anticipate any problems. Hey, they'll work. They might be crazy unbalanced. Who knows? We've got lots of other ones. We'll give them a try. So this is the makings of our 225 Dubai Series racing quad. I'm super excited about this. GearBest, thank you for sending me this. I can't wait to do some flight videos. Once we get this assembled, I'll give it a full review, but like I said throughout the video, I can stand behind a lot of these components. It's just going to work, and the price is why I accepted this for review. I think what they're charging online on their website for this is totally reasonable for what you get, and I highly doubt any of it will be regrets. I think the camera and the video transmitter, a little bit of a wild card there. We'll see, but the rest, I see no issues. Can't wait to give this a try. Can't wait to do some more fast-paced, fun quad videos in the future. Subscribe if you haven't already. Check it out. Throw a comment down below. I'd love to hear from you. I love talking to you guys. I will see you next video. Cheers. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Quick one today. We're going to take this cheap FlySky 6-channel i6 radio and convert it to a 10 with a simple firmware upgrade. To do this upgrade, you're just going to need your i6 radio, whatever brand it's branded under. You're going to need a serial programmer. This is just an FTDI one with an FTDI chip. It's actually an authentic one because it actually works on my computer. You can use a CH340 chip. If you run into troubles with that, I'll have a video. I'll post a link up there how to get your CH340 working. It's really, really easy. We're going to hook the ground up to the case, the round connection on the trainer port. We're going to hook the RX to the TX and the TX to the RX. People get confused and they often want to match them up. RX to RX, TX to TX. That won't work. You have to be talking out of mouth and in an ear, so to speak. That's the best analogy I can give. But any programmer is going to work. You can use an Arduino as well. That's it. We're going to go ahead and hook it up and I'll show you the firmware. So you get this firmware on GitHub. This is the Bojangles FlySky i6 mod. Some great instructions, all the info that you need to do this mod. Download the firmware and open up the Flasher program. We're going to go ahead and plug in here. We get our FTDI plugged in. I'm going to check in my device manager and see what COM port it's assigned to. It should be COM2, and it is. Here we go, USB serial port, COM2. Go ahead and change this to COM2. And we're going to go ahead and get the radio into firmware upgrade mode. So to do that, we move both sticks down to the left, turn it on. We're going to scroll down until we find firmware update. Press OK to proceed. Are you sure? Yes, we're sure. Update mode is on. With any luck, when we press open port, we should get some info. And we do. And this is already updated because I just did it. But we're going to do it again anyway. We're going to hit program. And with any luck, this is going to program our firmware up to a full 10 channels. Blam. Done. Radio rebooted. Worked perfect. It's just as easy as that. We've now added 4 more channels and use all of our switches here. We can go right in now and go into setup, go into our aux channels. Actually, we can go into display and you can see all these channels are now set up and working. Now, if they're not fully functional, all these lower auxes, it's really easy to go ahead and assign those to the switches you want. Go in here and I've got channel 5 on switch C, channel 6 on D, so I'm going to have flight modes and my ARM switch, and then all the rest of them are assigned all the way across. So we have all 10 channels to use for whatever we want over the iBus protocol on our quadcopter. Simple as that, guys. Hope this helps someone. Throw a comment down below if this helped you. I love this little radio. It's a great little mod. It's for a $40 some odd radio to get 10 channels out of it. I love it. This is fantastic. Hope you guys have a fantastic week. See you next video. Welcome back to the channel. Today we have a first look at the Dominator Special Edition FPV goggles. So I'm pretty excited about this. These just landed today. This is the Dominator SE FPV headset that I ordered from Hobby King. This is my early Christmas present to myself, because I've been waiting so long for a decent set of goggles that I could really splurge on, but not horrendously break the bank. Bit of background, these are my Fat Shark Teleporter V3 FPV goggles. These are what I use to fly with every day, but these are a 320 by 240 resolution at 25-degree field of view. The field of view is more or less how close the screen seems to you, how wide the angle is, and at 25 these things look like you're a mile away. Do they work? Absolutely. They've worked incredibly well. I still don't have a single spot on the lens, nothing, but we're here to check out these. So the SE being
a special edition. I'm not sure how long these will be available. I had to grab them up while I could. So these are actually a 640 by 480 lens display in them. It works out to 0.44 inch VGA, so we'll see how well that works. As usual with Fat Shark, very cool packaging, really nice transport container. It's actually quite soft in a way. It's a funny feeling. It's quite a bit different than my V3s were a felt cover, but this is it's definitely seems a little bit more resilient to stains and stuff like that, and like it seems like you could wipe it off. Inside, we've got the goggles, obviously, a lens cleaning wipe, the battery. This is a 1000 milliamp, 7.4 volt, so a 2-cell, and you can go up to a 3 supposedly on this goggle. Read manual before use, okie dokie. Shouldn't be too much to it. I've seen these posted online, but I've never witnessed it firsthand. Sure enough, there's a capacity, a voltage meter built right into them now. Pretty cool little touch. It's a light battery. It's nothing too crazy. It's not huge by any stretch. Typical balance lead, nothing to it. Also, seems like there's some stuff in the bottom. We've got the quality control pass from the Fat Shark inspection. All of their goggles are well inspected. They give you some stickers in the bottom, and the felt liner, so to speak, for the mask for the goggles themselves. This is what actually is up against your face, and we'll go ahead and install those after. I love them already, I'll admit. I think these are going to be fantastic. So if I didn't mention it already, these are 640 by 480, but a 50-degree field of view, so twice as big as my old goggles. And in the package, this is the unique thing about this kit. We get a Spironet antenna. As well, we get the receiver in the goggles already, and this is very, very unique. Not very many sets of goggles come with this. If I can find it, I'll throw an overlay on the screen of what the breakdown is, but receiver on board, antenna on board, but in here as well, that's the SD card slot for the onboard DVR. Unbelievable for the price. I have to say, well, the reason I bought them, best bang for the buck as far as I can tell in a goggle set right now. These are the 4:3 aspect ratio, not the 16:9 widescreen. I like that better personally. I think I'll stick with the 4:3 ratio for a while, as do a lot of pilots, I think. Exposing lens, yeah, don't expose these to direct sunlight because you have your magnifying lenses in here and they will just cook the LCDs. Good warning, you're going to see that on all the goggles. The double-sided tape has come off, but we're all right. These are the -2 diopter lenses, so we'll see. I don't think I'm going to need those. My vision is actually pretty good. I'm not aware of any problems, but I haven't had it tested any time lately. And our charge adapter, nothing to it. Same charge adapter, same barrel connection as before on the previous Fat Shark. So the cool thing is I do have a battery I can use, so handy dandy. What I think I'll do is I'll make up a harness and run a larger capacity battery and just put it in my pocket at some point. But we'll see. We'll see how well these work out in some live testing. Controls on the top, channel control up here, volume control, display controls, and these are our DVR controls on the right hand side. Very, very straightforward, as well as our eye adjustment here. We can compensate for the distance between our eyes and our nose individually, because not everybody's face is the same. This is something I could not do on my previous goggles, and forever I had issues. My eyes are not suited to the Teleporter V3s, and I had definitely one eye was to the edges was blurry, and it's not just a focus issue, it was a distance issue. So I'm hoping
our awesome new SEs, we can compensate for that. Very, very cool. Really, really happy with this. Fan in the top. The fan runs off the balance lead on the battery right here and has a push button control. I think we might change that and pull these apart and see if we can hack in here. And I don't want to have to plug the balance lead in every time. I think we can fix that. So we're going to go ahead and we'll apply this foam to the goggles, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to go out and get using them. I'll follow up and see what I can do to capture some of the DVR footage and do a follow-up video on the channel here. If you're not subscribed, well, you better subscribe and you can check out the results later on. I'm really excited about this. I truly am. This is a real splurge for me. They are not cheap, but the bang for the buck, I've never seen anything like it. I wanted to stick with the goggle form factor and not the single LCD, because this fits in my FPV backpack, which I'll have a video on the channel soon. Much, much better in the small form factor. So this is the Fat Shark SEs. You can buy them right now. This in the future, you might not be able to get these. As far as I can tell, these are indeed going to be a limited edition. And they do explain that on the package, that they got a limited supply of discontinued 0.44 inch VGA LCDs. So we'll see. I have to think though that probably they're going to continue to produce this or something very similar to it, because finally they've got everything in a goggle that we need out of the gate. Somebody can get flying with this same day and not accidentally find out, oh, I don't have the receiver module, I can't even use this. And DVR on board, fan on board, really, really excited. Not the highest resolution that's available out there, but hey, totally usable. Really excited, guys. I will see you next video. Cheers.
Hey guys, welcome back. This is the JigMod system that was sent to me to give a quick look at on the channel. What it is a modular system for developing your electronics projects in piece by piece that all bolt to this cool backplane. And it accepts Arduinos, Raspberry Pis, all kinds of stuff. You can set any kind of breadboard on it, no problem. This is a bad example because we have this full length. I don't have my full length ones. And he has all kinds of different modules for it. On here today we've got the speaker, we've got a rocker switch, we've got these awesome terminal headers. I love these. I've used them in industry a lot. It just really, these are good stuff. And also the pins are push button release, so you can use your wires, slide them in when you push the button and let go, and it clamps them in. Really, really quick for prototyping or just generally holding things together without having to use a breadboard. He's got all kinds of modules. He sent me a few here. We've got a breadboard module, ribbon cable expansion, pretty cool little idea. They're really cool for an ATX power supply. I never would have thought of this. Pretty neat idea with screw terminals to go onto your project. Battery holder. These are just the ones he sent me. And this one is an audio jack. Pretty cool. You could pretty much whip up a lot of different projects with something like this and be able to carry it around modular. Definitely something I would have been interested in when I first got started in the hobby, but let's see if we can whip up a little project on this and show it off sort of as it would be as a complete unit. So I've quickly assembled a circuit on the board here. I've taken the Arduino Uno, wired it up to a Nokia 5110 LCD. I used the joystick, I used the speaker underneath here, and I haven't used this rocker switch or this header here. What I did is I programmed up the code I found on online for the Flappy Bird. We'll see how it works here. And there we go. How cool. And we can stop that and go into the game here. And
I didn't develop this code. I'll post the link below. What we have is a modular project now that we can transport around, show it off to people, or we can just sit and play Flappy Bird. This works pretty cool, actually. Pretty impressed. I'm no good at it, obviously, but that's kind of the idea of the product. Make it simple so that other people can use these components, slap them together, and end up with a project that they can show off or carry around, or just like Lego for electronics in a way. You can check out the link. I'll post it below for the Kickstarter campaign for Jigmod. I have to say, I think it would have been pretty handy for me back in the day when I first got started. Not so much for me now because I have all these components, but for something that I can just take with me as a modular product, pretty cool. I have to say, thumbs up. Cool. Hey guys, welcome back. Today I'll show you how to assemble the gas sensor grenade from start to finish. Guys, welcome back. We're going to try and assemble a new version of the gas sensor grenade using the pre-made PCBs I got from Osh Park. Remember, you can get all of this on the Hackaday website. You can download the design files for these PCBs and make it yourself. So for those of you who do want to make one, it's really easy. We're going to need a harness for our battery connection. This is a 2-cell LiPo. You can also use the Adafruit Power Boost version. Pretty cool little unit. But for simplicity's sake, we're just going to wire it up with a LiPo. We need our transmitter module, the MQ2 gas sensor, an Arduino Nano, the PCB obvious, and some wire to hook it all up. Let's go ahead and put this thing together. Guys, not much to this really. What we're going to do is we're going to take and put our Arduino on the board, which I'm finding working behind a camera is extremely tricky. We'll do the best we can do here today, guys. There we go. Slide that together. We'll go ahead and we'll solder up the Arduino onto the board. Not much to that. Next, what we'll do, we're going to do the wires first. I've already pre-tinned these. We're going to do VCC first, so the large plate is going to be ground. So I think we'll do these up through the bottom this time. And looks like I tinned it a little much, but we're good. Get these through the board. We'll go ahead and attach them. Perfect. So we also want to use our pre-cut length of wire for our antenna. It's going to hook onto the module here, and I think we're going to be, how are we going to be putting this module? So the data pin is going to be to this side, so we're going to have it like this, and VCC in the middle and ground on the far side. So I think what we want is we want our antenna coming off the back side here. So we'll go ahead and put it through that way. Let's go ahead and get our MQ2 sensor connections hooked up. We want, this is what I had for wire kicking around, so it may not be the best here. Looks like I've got too much tinning on at least one of these. We want 5 volts on the right, then we're going to skip a pin, and we're going to use signal next and ground next. So I think we'll hook it up somewhat, like so. I think we'll use white for our signal. Put that stuff through there, there we go. And we're going to skip a pin. Gray will be our 5 volt in this case. Something like so. Just like that. Nothing to it. Double check our connections. Gray is going to be our 5 volt. White will be our signal, and ground. Just in that order. No problems. Take our module here. Actually, before we take the module, let's go ahead and trim these connections up. Because the less we have overhanging, the better. It's going to be a little tight with the module. And the next rev of board, what I'm going to change, right now we're feeding the MQ2 from the 5 volt on the Arduino, which is pushing it pretty hard. And we'll change it and make it its own regulator. And we'll also move this back a little bit and make this a little better form factor and maybe double some things up. So we'll see. This is the first rev of these boards, so I'm learning as I go. Works pretty good thus far. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to set this through that away. And what you can do, you don't have to have this vertical. We're going to do a little bend on it after, but I wouldn't, these pins are pre-soldered, so I'm just going to use them, but I wouldn't have put these pins this style. And there we go. All soldered up. Looks good. I think we'll even trim these off. Let's get rid of some overhang here. Unnecessary. Done. There we go. Make sure our module isn't shorting on any of the connections, which in this case we are good. They are close, but they are not touching. We're good. Take and power up our unit. We're good. No smoke. Good to go. We're going to take and we're going to hook up the MQ2. Remember, we used gray for 5 volt. You don't have to use these style connections. I'd wire it solid without using these female headers, but today this is what we've got. We've got our signal, which is our white, and our ground, which is our black. Go ahead and power this back up again. Make sure we don't have any more fun things going on. The MQ2 lights up. We're in good shape. Works like a champ. So now we have our pre-made unit. We just need to bundle it together and we're all set. Put this in the ball, mount some things, and we're golden. That's it. That's all there is to it. Should work like a champ, guys. Best of luck if you build one of these. Share the code back if you change it. Share the design back. We can make this thing better with all of us together. Cheers, guys. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Today I'm going to show you the Locator Light, designed for finding lost pets, models, you name it. Later on in the video, I'll show you a real-world example of this unit finding my downed mini quad after a receiver failure had it drop from the sky. Overall, I think this thing works great. Let's get it out of the box and take a look. This is what the unit looks like when it comes. These are mainly marketed towards finding pets with 2.4 gigahertz technology. These are the transmitters. You get 2 of them in the box. I'll throw the link to this in the description below. I've already gone ahead and activated the tags. It's really easy. Attach the tag to whatever you want to locate. Switching the unit on and off, we hold this right side and we're powered up. Now, once you've programmed the key fobs, the transmitters to each location, you can have up to 4. All you do to activate it is press the button associated. And with any luck, it will start chirping. And as we move the locator around and point it away, we're so close it's pretty hard to show here, but it will show we're not pointed the right direction. And then pointing at it, there we are. That's all there is to it. When you're done, press the button, it stops the transmission. There we go, little Yagi antenna in here. We're gonna give this thing a try out in the field and see how it works. Maybe, just maybe, try some ways to improve the range.
No, it's actually a locator, but we'll see whether it turns on and whether it works. It's a little 2.4 gig unit. We'll see. Well, I know it's this direction. That works from there.
Yeah. Should be able to find it. I hear it beeping. Well, there we are. Look at that. Done deal.
Well, that was a real-world example of this being used at my local model field after my 250 quad fell out of the sky. Overall, it worked fantastic. I say this thing is a winner, and I'm going to keep it on my Phantom, as well as I'll transfer it between each quad as I go. I just have it tied onto the battery strap. Just a zip tie, so I can easily flip this between my quads, whatever I'm flying. And on the Phantom, I'll just have it zip tied to a skid. I think if it works at all to find a model just once or maybe even twice, it's pretty much paid for. The time that you save and the aggravation you save, finding these mini quads in long grass is next to impossible. And it seems to work perfect for that. We'll see in an upcoming video when we do some increased range tests with a parabolic dish, see how it works out. But overall, I'm thinking this thing is a winner. I would gladly buy another one of these. I did purchase this. This was not sent to me for a review. And I'm really, really happy with the purchase. I hope this helps someone. Throw a comment down below if you're interested in these locator lights, or if you have one. I'd love to hear from you. I love talking to you guys. I will see you next video. Cheers, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back. Really quick video today. What we're going to do is we're going to assemble the PCB for the Urban Kitchen Garden project. What I'm going to do, I'm going to show you what I do for the first run of boards, and it's kind of self-explanatory here. What I do is I take these female headers and use them instead of soldering direct to the board. You just snip them off with side cutters and set them in. And then I can treat this basically like a breadboard. So if I have any problems on my traces and routing, because this is a prototype, I can just move the jumpers around and use my meter and measure and adapt as I see fit. A lot easier than if I'm just soldering direct for the first board. As you can see, we've got two more here for afterwards, and I only have one garden, so we've got lots to work with. I've gone ahead and cut all the headers here. I'm just going to go ahead and solder them up. And that is it. We've gone ahead, we've soldered them all. Looks pretty good, not bad. The header should do the job. This will be our new proto board. We'll move everything from the breadboard over onto this. I'm pretty confident it's going to work pretty good. And then the next one, we'll wire it. We'll wire everything solid, sit the Arduino down in. And then the next rev, I'm pretty excited. I'm going to do some really cool connector setups so that this becomes more kit worthy, so people can basically plug and play on basically any unit out there. Really want to make this easy for people. And then we'll mess around with some cool bezels for the display for the Nokia 5110, and we should be good to go, guys. Hope you enjoy this project. Hope you build one yourself. Pretty excited about this. Looking forward to someone taking and make this better. Cheers.
Welcome back, guys. This will be a first look at a new 360 camera I bought. So I'm a little excited about this one. I've wanted a 360 camera for the channel for quite some time. For those of you not familiar, there's a camera that shoots in all directions at the same time and allows you on YouTube to pan around or use a VR headset to look around wherever you want in the video. So this is the Elecam 360. This is an extremely budget priced camera in the neighborhood of $120 as compared to like $1,000 for a Gear VR. This is the first look. I haven't even had it out of the box yet. It just arrived from GearBest today. I ordered it priority shipping via DHL. It took precisely 2 weeks to arrive and came with $30 Canadian owing for customs. So that's the background there. I didn't get this shipped for review. This is paid for with my own money. Let's take a look. There's the camera itself. 360 all view, so 2 lenses to give you the full 360, and they're stitched together in post-processing in the camera and well, external as well. It has Wi-Fi control, standard power on and off button, really nice little OLED display, shows no card, shows date, time, full charge on it. Cool, happy to see that. Nothing too crazy to see there. The box is much like an iPhone box. It's actually pretty nice, except how the heck do you get into it? Bunch of accessories in here. Horseshoe style saddle clamp for mounting on a bicycle or a handlebar or something. It has a GoPro style mount. Actually, it looks identical to a GoPro, so I think that's going to work out pretty good. Strap for, well, I don't know what you'd strap this onto. I guess you could do your head. I guess you could. USB cable, sticky to glue the mount on. Tripod mount or monopod, that'll be handy. A 32 gig SD card. A poker for, I'm guessing, a reset button. That's actually never seen that come in a kit, but hey. And a user manual. Not much to it. I'm gonna go ahead, and I can't show you the 360 video within this video because it has to be a standalone upload, but everybody loves specs, so I'll throw the specs of the camera up. You can find this in the link below. I am going to give this a try, and we'll try a standalone upload and see how this works out. This is just a first look, unboxing what we got in the box. Overall, I think I'm going to be pretty happy with this. Not the best quality, it's definitely not Gear VR, but hey, it's within our budget, and we can start doing some 360 videos, which should be kind of cool. Catch you guys later.
Quick update on the gas sensor for emergency workers, guys. For those of you who haven't seen this before, this is the gas sensor I've created that transmits out over voice to any radio that can receive it. It's 433 megahertz in this case, using this little module. This is the proto that we set up before. What I got was these Oshpark boards, and I've gone ahead and I've already set it up. Yeah, the previous video I showed you the initial assembly. What I did is I went and I changed the transmitter and flipped it, and the Arduino is hooked up. Everything is working. What I did is I used a 2-cell 250 milliamp hour LiPo battery here, wired direct to V-in. Works perfect. Tons and tons of power here. This will run it a heck of a long time. And the MQ2 is working. Need to get a better gas sensor than these. This is the performance is good for a go, no-go, but for announcing the individual levels, I don't think it can be relied on with, I got to do some work on the code, maybe I can fix it, but I'm going to keep looking for a better sensor for downrange, and I want to do more gases. I want to make this more like an industry standard. But that's the package. What we're going to do is go ahead and put it in the ball, and we'll maybe give it another try here. Going to do some range tests and check it out some more, see how we're doing. Well, there we go, guys. That's the gas sensor grenade assembled. Just some foam around it right now, which I think will present problems for heat later. But I just coiled the antenna. Keep in mind, if you build one of these, this does change the tuning of the antenna, so you just need to correct for that on your radio. I'd hoped to do some range tests today, but it just started pouring rain outside, and doing them indoors just doesn't do it justice because, well, it's just not far enough. So I'll do that in an upcoming video. What I tested today was about 50 yards through multiple layers of concrete and building material, and no problem. Clear signal. It's yapping away. So this is what you can expect to get. We're broadcasting 433.827 with this tuning, and I'll actually show you. I'll actually show you a bit of the problem I'm having with it. With the code and this sensor, it gets confused if we saturate it. So see, we alerted on CO as well. The smoke likely won't. Oh, smoke alerted too. So you can see it works good as a go no go, but the code does get confused when we give it a bash with a lot of LPG. So it works pretty good with smoke, not too much problem, but overall I still want to get a different sensor. But yeah, we're in good shape here, guys. It's working great. Bounced it around, thrown it around the room. It's no problem. The old dog chew toy works like a champ. So that's the gas sensor in a nutshell. Hope you build one of these. Hope we make it better in the future. I can't wait to see what people make. You can use the pre-made boards that I put up on the Hackaday project, so check it out, guys. Hope you make one of these. Really love the concept. I can't wait to see them get better and get out there into the world. Disclaimer, this is not certified for an IDLH environment. If you don't know what IDLH is, you shouldn't be using one anyway. So keep in mind this is not certed. So I hope you build one though, and I hope we take this to the next level. Range tests and some fun upcoming. Cheers, guys.
Well, guys, it's been a while since I did a mailbag. For those of you new to the channel, my name is Eric. I've got a bunch of stuff here, pretty random stuff actually, and some of which I don't know what it is. Most I've had open already. Kind of jumped the gun. It's been so long since I did a mailbag. Let's just dive in, guys. All right, guys, let's see what we've got in this one. It's been so long since I've opened some of these, I don't even remember. Ah, yes, I remember this. So, I had a plan for some medical projects using Arduino and electronics, and what I got here is a fingertip pulse oximeter. These aren't terribly expensive to buy. I don't have the links for all these this time, guys. Sorry, it's just been simply too long. This one, if I remember right, I think it was in the $20 range-ish. But basically, you can do pulse ox. Let's see if I can get mine to work. There we go. Looking like we're doing pretty good. Got a decent amount of oxygen in me. 97 beats a minute. Not bad. Working like a champ. Nice little OLED display on here. I'm kind of hoping I can hack into the serial data on this, and we'll do something creative. Next up out of the box, I've got LED strips. I think I got 3 different colors, and what I intended on using these for is for lighting the inside of my RC aircraft. These will work really good with the Versa wing. Also, just for other random projects. I think the price was totally reasonable on these. You can see the declared value at like $3, so should work like a champ. I think this, what do we got here? Oh, yeah. These were a mistake. So, live and learn. The RTL SDR dongles I buy got click happy one night and ended up getting some with the wrong chipset in them. So, as far as I can tell, these are not compatible with the drivers we use, the Zadig driver. So, We'll see what else we can use it for. If nothing else, I got a remote control and an antenna, and we can hack and use the USB over again. I think if these were about $8 a piece, just shy of $9 Canadian, I believe. So, yeah, live and learn, guys. Next up, more stuff for medical projects. These are infrared thermometers. I found them hard to come by that weren't the pistol grip type, and I found these quite cheap on eBay, and we'll get these fired up in another video. And I wanted to use these along with the pulse oximeter for a medical project, and I thought, what a great way, cheap, effective to measure temperature. Hey, we'll give it a try. Next up, project. I actually got this sent to me from Ron from Project 45, and this is the pressurization panel backer and kit that I made for. I made the Learjet 45 pressurization panel using the Nokia 5110 and the Arduino, and I put it out there for all the guys on Hangar 45 making these Learjets to use. And Ron took it and he actually made a custom PCB solution that you set the Nano into and hook up your Nokia 5110. Really cool little elegant solution. I don't know that we'll go ahead and put this into my Lear because mine's already mounted, but if I do have it apart, I will switch it out for this. Thank you, Ron. Awesome. Ron sent this to me free of charge. Awesome guy. Thanks for this. I'm glad that my LCD could help us. What else we got here, guys? What have we got here? Ah, yes. I have some temperature switches. So, did I mark on these? No, I don't think I didn't mark on them. These I got for the Peltier projects. Let's see. Can we focus? Focus. Not really. There, kinda. These are set to 5 Celsius. And what have they got? 10 amp, 250 volt. These I'm going to use for operating the Peltier coolers directly from the heatsink that it's mounted to. And this will give us our temperature control. Totally cool. Can't wait to give these a go. Ah, yes. I was running very low on these. These are just a TTL programmer, just a USB to serial programmer. Nothing fancy here, guys. You buy them, that one's labeled the FTDI 232. Nothing to it. I had to hack up the last ones, and I made them as a custom solution for programming my autopilot for my RC plane. I didn't want to tear it back apart, so grabbed a couple of more. Then I always have them kicking around. Much easier than having to make one when you need it. This is actually exactly as labeled on the box. I got these for a very specific project. These are a motion sensor activated LED floodlight designed for home security. I think they take D-cell batteries, and actually, maybe get it apart. Yeah, there we go. Looks like 3D cells, not much to it, but I wanted to hack these and use them for another purpose. One I think I will use as a security light outside, but the other one I have bigger plans for, so nothing fancy here, guys. I paid pretty much face value off of Amazon for these, so pretty cool little light. Next up, we've got a box. Not sure what's in the box. Maybe reposition the camera here. This is from Hackaday, guys. This is yet again another prize I won from submitting my projects to the Hackaday 2015 prize. This is a Bluetooth sniffer, as far as I remember. the Blue Fruit LE Friend from Adafruit. And really, really cool that Hackaday is giving away the Adafruit products. Really, really neat. Can't wait to give this a go because I haven't done anything with Bluetooth LE. So maybe neat to see what we can sniff out of the air for packets. And yet again, another Hackaday sticker. So pretty cool. Really happy about that. I will put this one with the other ones. That's it for today. Really glad you guys could join me. Good luck in all your electronics ventures. Remember to click the thumbs up down below if you like these videos. Cheers, guys. Hi, I'm Eric. Welcome back to the MKME Lab. Today, I thought we'd take a quick look, a revisit of this JJRC H12C quadcopter. One of the most common questions I get on the previous videos of this is, will it lift a Mobius camera? The Mobius is an awesome little action cam, 1080p, great video quality. It's just an amazing little cam. In previous videos, I used this on my fixed wing FPV aircraft to capture some aerial shots. I was really pleased with it, and I can see why people would ask, will one of these toy style quads lift one of these? Well, let's give it a try and see how it works out. So down in the workshop now, I've gone ahead and taken the prop guards off this. I did try a flight with them on and it didn't work out very well. Riggs didn't like it too much. It was simply too lethargic with those on. So with pulling those off, we should be able to get a weight on them here. So around 10 grams thereabouts. And with those off, we'll also take the camera off, which is going to shed us another 8.3 grams. The Mobius weighs about 46 grams, so we're definitely adding some weight here. But overall, I think this is going to work out all right. We'll try and do the most basic mount here. I think a little bit of foam rubber, and we'll just slap it on there, and we'll take a zip tie and fasten it down. Should be plenty enough to hold it on with a minimum of weight. That should do the trick. We'll take this over to the park and give it a try, see how it does in the air. So overall, I wouldn't go racing out to buy one of these specifically for the Mobius, but it did work. Pretty lethargic in the air. It is a lot of weight for this tiny little quad, but it worked. Flight time's around the 2.5 minute mark thereabouts, so good enough if you just had to capture an aerial shot of a building or say your roof inspection, whatever. It will work for that. I'm really surprised. Total bundle package well under $200, so hey, I would say it's a win. Works pretty cool.
Hope you enjoyed this video. Remember to click a thumbs up if you liked this, subscribe if you're not a subscriber for more videos. Good luck in all your projects. Hey guys, welcome back to the MKME Lab. If you watch my live shows, you probably noticed this week that we didn't have one. What ended up happening is I went to reboot my PC an hour before the show and it completely failed to start up. It would post and I would get errors with the drive, and this just got worse from there. It didn't work out very well at all. I ended up having to cancel the show. Afterwards, I did some diagnostics and looked into it, ended up swapping to another PC, and I thought we'd do a quick post-mortem on that particular PC and see if we can maybe fix it or see what's wrong. Let's take it down to the workshop and have a look. So we've got this on the bench. I've already stripped out the drives because I've already installed them in my new PC, which was robbed from my flight simulator. For the astute among you, you might have even spotted the problem already, but we're gonna go ahead and take a quick look at this. I've already ruled out the basics, the power supply, everything was okay. It did boot, but it just wouldn't do anything with the drive. So we know we have a motherboard problem at that stage, and I've already checked the drives and they work. I think I'll go ahead and get this out of here so we can take a closer look. So with the motherboard out on the bench, it's a little easier to work with. I have no excuse for how much dust is in this thing. It was way overdue for cleaning, but that didn't really overly contribute to the failure here. I knew it's not the CPU or the cooling there, despite how bad it is, but if we have a look around the board, generally you just want to I gave it the sniff test and I couldn't smell anything obviously burnt, but I can see some failure points here already. I'll see if I can zoom in on them a little better here. In looking around the board, you want to have a close look at your caps, particularly these electrolytic caps here. These ones, not too bad, no major issues there. If we go up and around, we can start to see that there. That is a bulged cap. Getting a better angle on it here, you can see the top is clearly bulged. We don't even need to measure that and we know it's defective. Going further up the board, there's another one. Same issue as before, completely bulged out. That electrolytic cap is toast. If we move around to the power side of the board, same deal again. Toast, toast. That is likely the only fault with this board. If a person was so inclined, they could go and take an ESR meter, I have one here, and measure them and prove they're defective, but they're bulged out, they're toast. This is the same in most computer electronics, consumer electronics of any form that stays online a lot, stays powered up. These things dry out over time. Like LCD monitors and TVs, these are number one culprit. We could go ahead and change these, but this board is so old, it is simply not worth it in my mind. I'm half tempted to give it a try, but I don't think we'll bother on the channel. It's just simply not worth it. But at least we know the root cause of why this failed. And it actually did give me some hints when it did the post. Initially, after the immediate failure on reboot, I noticed the CMOS had reset. That was my first indicator that I had a mainboard problem. If I would have turned the lights on and removed some of the wiring, I would have spotted these bulged caps right away. That is pretty much all there is to it. Definitely not worth repairing in this case. I think we'll just write this one off and continue with the new one, but at least I have root cause of the failure. Well guys, that's the failure mode for almost all consumer electronics nowadays. Over time, as they're powered up and functioning and warm, the caps do dry out. I thought you guys might be interested in seeing what actually failed. Thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please remember, click a thumbs up down below. Check out my Patreon campaign and support this channel directly if you so choose. See you next week. Hey guys, welcome back. Today we'll try and grab some audio from the Sierra Oscar 50 satellite with just a cheap handy talkie. Hey guys, welcome back. Glad you could join me today. For those of you new to the channel, my name is Eric. Today we're going to go out and see if we can catch the SO50 satellite with just a cheap handy talkie. You can also do this with a scanner or even cheaper versions of these HTs. Basically, for those not aware, there's low Earth orbit satellites going over all the time. Some are audio equipped for ham radio, and the one we're going to catch today is the Sierra Oscar 50. What I did is I captured 3 passes of this with my Baofeng UV5R. You'll see in the video that I just manually correct for Doppler, and I'm just using a Nagoya antenna. This is just a standard antenna. It's not real good for satellite work, but I think you'll be impressed at the results that we achieved. Enjoy the video.
Alpha Sierra Echo. What was that call? V6ITV. India Tango Victor? Yeah. PFG from KO4MA. KO4MA, W5PFG, Echo Mike 21, thanks so much. Roger, AM21, Echo Lima 88, portable, everything sounds okay? Sounds great, good enough for a trip. Alpha 3, Alpha Sierra Echo handheld. Victor Alpha 3, Alpha Sierra Echo, this is Whiskey 5, Papa, Foxtrot, Golf. QSL, we're in Echo Mike 21, EM21 in Texas. AB1 PVH, KO4MA portable, EL88 to the area. 59, Fox number 42. Alpha 3, Alpha Sierra Echo, or mail it. Working good. Hope it does a good job. 7-3. KB1 PVH, W5 PFG. W5 PFG, KB1 PVH. Nice to hear you on a real radio. November 5, Charlie Bravo, Florida. Whiskey November 9 November, Whiskey 5, Charlie Bravo, Florida. Sierra, W19M 59. Echo November 55, over. QSL Echo November 65, please copy Echo Mike 21 from Whiskey 5, Charlie Bravo, Florida. 23. N0JE from November 4, UFO. N0JE, this is November 4, UFO. One more time, November 0, Juliet Echo from November 4, Uniform Fox Oscar. UFO, 55, Charlie Bravo, Florida. Good evening, Kevin. Well, at least somebody's hearing me. Good evening, Hector. W5CBF in for UFO. Okay, QSL, Echo Mike 21, thank you. Roger, Roger, Echo Mary 95. Who is the station? Echo November 65 from November X-ray 9 Bravo. 1 Alpha Whiskey Charlie, echoing the 9 ladder on handheld. Keep up on board, November Yankee. Whiskey Papa 4, November Yankee Yankee, Whiskey 5, Charlie Bravo, Florida. Whiskey 5, Charlie Bravo again? Hi, Charlie Bravo, Foxtrot, Whiskey 5, Charlie Bravo, Florida, Echo Mike 21. Okay, Whiskey Copy on. QRZ, KA3LPB, 5 watts, handheld, FN 00, over. 3LPD, Whiskey 6, Golf Mike Tango. Golf Mike Tango, the call is KA3LP, Boston. We're FN 00, west side 15 degrees, 5 inches of snow, 5 watts for the handheld antenna, over. KA3LPB, Whiskey 6, Golf Mike Tango, Echo LT 37, Northern Minnesota. Copy that. Very beautiful signal from Minnesota tonight. Good evening and 7-3. Good luck. KA3LPB, Kilo Golf 7, Echo. Kilo 4 Yankee Golf Yankee from November X-ray 9 Bravo, November X-ray 9 Bravo.
Guys, that was the passes of the Sierra Oscar 50 satellite. We got copies from all over North America. Really good, clear voice in some cases. Good conversation, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. Remember to click the thumbs up down below if you like these type of videos. Remember to subscribe for more amateur radio videos. It's free. You'll get notified of any of my uploads, and I hope you enjoy the future videos. Thanks for watching. Hey guys, welcome back. Really quick mailbag for you today. Got a little bit of a package from Atmel in the mail. This is because I won 4th place in the Hackaday 2015 prize. They interviewed me, and then they were nice enough to send me this awesome little care package. Congratulations to being a finalist. This was actually sent before I actually won. First out of the bag, Atmel Smart tote bag. Pretty cool. What is this? A USB light. Atmel branded. Well, I'll let Casey Neistat hell with the box, because we didn't pay for it. We're not sending it back. Let's try this. There we go. Yeah, I didn't even change the exposure settings of the camera at all, so it doesn't do anything other than light up the logo. Maybe in total darkness it might be a little better. Cool. In this package, USB stick. Can't go wrong with those. Can't have too many USB sticks kicking around. We'll put it to good use. T-shirt, AVR freaks. Really cool. It's actually a high quality t-shirt. Another box. Let me get into it. There we go. Oh, really cool. This is a USB power stick. No specs on it. I'll have to look into this and see what kind of specs we got on the power on this, but car charger, whole bunch of different, that's for the iPad it looks like, and standard USB, kind of a spider of sorts, and 110 volt power. Can't go wrong with that. Can't have too many of these, and hopefully it has a high power rating. Again, no power rating on it. Don't know what it'll put out. I'll probably put out at least half an amp, probably maybe closer to an amp, who knows. Depends on the quality they paid for. One last thing, a notebook of sorts. Can't go wrong with having I use a lot of notebooks, notepads in my projects, just scratch pads, so I can actually use this. Thank you, Atmel, for sending me all this awesome swag. Really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting me in the Hackaday prize. Really, really appreciate it, guys. Good luck with all your electronics projects out there. Can't wait to see you next week. Throw a thumbs up on this video if you liked it. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome back. Today I have a massive RC parts mailbag. I've been putting this off for a while, as you can tell. Tons of pieces arrived, one big model, another kind of big model. I think I'll break this up into a couple of parts. We've had a quick look at some of them already. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what's in the boxes. First off, I wanted to show this. I got a poster tube in the mail that I didn't order. And this awesome letter from Flight Test showed up, thanking me for being part of the FT Extras program, which ended up not working out as much as they thought it would. But I didn't pay for this or request it. And in the poster tube, I got a fully autographed Flight Test poster. Totally neat. This blew me away. The Flight Test guys, simply awesome. And that's what I have in this box. We'll go ahead and open this one. I did purchase this with my own money, ordered it from Great Hobbies out of Canada, because they are a Flight Test dealer. If you haven't checked out the Flight Test YouTube channel and web pages, you really should. Amazing bunch of guys building foam board aircraft. Truly, truly amazing what they do. Okay, we're in. Inside the box. Hopefully, we have my order. Some various servo horns and props. Handy stuff. The blunt nose Versa conversion, really, really nice. Push rods, definitely want to use Flight Test. And the Flight Test Versa wing. I made the last one from scratch. You maybe saw the videos on the channel, but I decided, hey, it's time to support Flight Test, grab one that I don't have to cut out because my old one is getting pretty beat up. It's pretty soft. I'll do some videos on this. This we're gonna convert to hopefully a fully autopilot controlled Scout search and rescue wing. Really excited. I love the Versa platform. It is an amazing wing. This box, pretty obvious what's in it. This is the Zephyr V70 EDF glider. I've already owned one of these in the past. It's an amazing, amazing aircraft. I ended up selling it to my buddy Mr. Ziegerman, who ended up having a rapid unscheduled disassembly due to a tree impact. I decided to buy another one so we could fly together once he gets his fixed. Quick look inside the box. We have the Zephyr EDF packaged in here. I won't go into the build of this right now. I think we'll get this on another video. We'll make sure we've got all of our parts and we'll go through the instructions again. This is a really easy build, really awesome, awesome aircraft, hence the reason I bought it a second time. The sound that this thing makes is just incredible. Move things over to the bench here so we can get a little better look at stuff. First on the top, this one, super cool, a glue stick, but it runs on battery. I looked at converting one and it simply was not worth the effort to try and convert the heater element over to something that would work on a 3-cell LiPo. This was from Hobby King. Almost all of this stuff is from Hobby King. Really impressive little device. I'm gonna convert this over to a Dean's plug later and we'll give it a try. Next up, this was a package from eBay, and in it is hopefully, yeah, a whole pile of 9-gram servos. You can't have too many of these cheap 9-gram servos. They're not the best, but they're definitely not horrible either. They do work. At the price you get them from China Direct, unbelievable deal. Really good. Another box from eBay. I don't have the info on this, I'm sorry. These are a remote switcher for running LEDs. There should be 2 of them, hopefully. Yes. A standard JST connector hooks into a channel on your radio. Focus. Hooks into a channel on the radio and you can control, I forget the amperage, I'll throw it on the screen. You can definitely control LEDs and various other things with them. These will be on the new blunt nose Versa for my strobe lights.
New battery pack. This is a Venom 2400 3-cell LiPo. This is for my TH9X transmitter. I got 2 of these, really cheap from Amazon. I couldn't go wrong. Good transmitter pack. Whole bunch of stuff in this box. Most of it was from Hobby King. These are the Turnigy 9-gram Metal Gear servos. Let's see if we can get one out of here. As opposed to the plastics, these are a full Metal Gear servo. Work really well. I have had no problems with them. The resolution tends to be a tiny bit low on some of them, but overall, I'm really impressed with how they work. It's worth it to have a little more reliability. FPV video cameras. I didn't have much luck with my El Cheapo units, so these are the ones I replaced them with. These are the 800 TV line board camera. I have already tried one of these and mounted it in my Versa. I am thoroughly impressed with how these function. It is an incredible little board camera. Quite cheap, reasonable price, does not come with a case, and I had a hard time finding a case for this particular unit. I did order from Great Hobbies at the same time, this one, and it didn't fit. I was able to make it fit though fairly well. I ended up having to cut out the lens area to fit the barrel and do a little creative work on it, but I'm sure I can design something up on the 3D printer. The other mated one to this is in the Versa already. This one will go on the EPP FPV and or maybe on the new Versa. I'm not sure which, depends. But super impressed with it. The low light capability is really good. I don't have a video up on the channel of this yet. I apologize for that. Next up, this is the head tracker from Hobby King. Really cool device. I wanted to give a try. I wanted to try head tracking for the camera. I do have pan and tilt on my camera, and this allows me to hook into my TH9X transmitter and use this multiple axis accelerometer mounted to my goggles to head track and tilt the camera. I'll do a demo on this coming up, but I'm not sure how it's going to work. We're going to give it a try. Finally, this is also from Hobby King. I just had to order one because of the price. This is their FPV goggles, the dirt cheap, bottom of the barrel ones. I couldn't believe the price they are selling these for. It's just foam, basic foam, but in the package you get an awesome little LCD screen. For the price you pay for the goggles, you can't buy this LCD screen. If nothing else, I'll be able to use this with a Raspberry Pi project or something else. I probably actually won't use it for the goggles, but we'll see. I thought it would be really nice to have a second pair of goggles sitting at my ground station and use the auxiliary video out so other people can watch as I'm flying, as well as I do have on the ground station an LCD that anyone can watch, but the goggles, they offer a little bit different. That is the mailbag for today. Please consider giving a thumbs up down below or share this video if you like it. Check out my Patreon campaign linked below if you'd like to support the channel. Really appreciate all the videos and comments you guys put out. I learn a lot from everything you guys do. See you next week.
You're a good reviewer. Thank you. Oh, you got
Hey guys, welcome back to the MKME Lab. For those of you new to the channel, my name is Eric. Some time ago, Inventables reached out to me and asked if I'd do a video on their CNC milling/carving machine. I accepted, and today's video will be a first look at the packages as they arrive to me, and hopefully this will be of assistance to people who are maybe looking at purchasing the X-Carve or people who have just purchased it themselves. At the end of the video, we'll go over some of the best video coverage I found on the internet to help those that are looking at the X-Carve. Let's go take a look and see what we got.
So down in the basement with the helper dog Riggs here, we'll have a quick look and see what we got in these packages. This thing is monstrous. Huge, huge wasteboard package behind me. I don't even know how we're going to spread this out and get a decent look at it, but we'll do our best. With any luck, we can get into this thing. How do we get into it, Riggs? I should add, none of these packages came with any damage on the outside of them. I was quite surprised, actually. This is extremely well packaged. All the rails bundled together really, really nicely. Can't fault that. Not a single mark in them. Again, bubble wrap extremely thick. Don't think we're gonna have any problems inside. What do we got in this one? A bunch of bits, some milling bits, PCB milling bits, more milling bits, and a bunch of samples for PCB themselves, actual copper clad. Very cool. Have a look in this one. Again, extremely well packaged. Sometimes the packaging can say a lot about a product that you're getting. Oh yeah, the good stuff. In here, what do we got? Letter from Zach Kaplan, the founder of Inventables. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Zach. We've got a material bundle. Let's see what's in it. Some different materials for milling. That looks like some type of acrylic. Very cool. That's a bamboo type material. And black on white HDPE. Very cool. That should do the job. Should get us going. In here, I don't think I'm going to go heavily in depth. All the other videos online have already done this. Clamp set, all the wiring, everything really, really modular, well labeled. More end mill starter sets. The Acme lead screw, very, very cool. Power supply, core components, and behind me is the massive wasteboard. I'll get a shot of it. I think we're in good shape, and I'm going to switch this up here, guys. I'm gonna move. Enough unboxing. Let's go do something kind of cool.
Back upstairs, these will be the top 6 tips, tricks, and advice I can give on the X-Carve at this point in time. First step will always be go to the Inventables site. They have an incredible assembly instruction and video coverage and great pictures of how to assemble your X-Carve, what's involved, the parts layouts. I have to say it's quite incredible what they've done. One of the most comprehensive installation and instruction manuals I've seen online. Number 2 will be the video from Shop Built. I simply loved this. It's 7 minutes. It goes over some of the tips and advice and things that they've run into in the build. Great cinematography, awesome video. It's a must watch if you're looking at the X-Carve. I'll post all the links to these in the description below. Next up, Richard Morley's video on the X-Carve. Simply incredible. Good tips and tricks and some things to watch out for, some snags. Well done. It's a must watch. Next up, April's video on her X-Carve. This is a great perspective for those who may be not super technically savvy. She admits up front that this is kind of a new adventure for her and goes over some of the tips, tricks, snags, problems, and pluses of the X-Carve. Well done, awesome video. Next, you simply have to watch Steve Carmichael's video. This is a great example of a start to finish project with the X-Carve, making a guitar and all the steps thereof. I learned a ton from this, and you get to see the X-Carve in action and some of the important points of actually using it and what it's capable of, as well as some mods he's done. It's just well done, super cool video, a must watch. And finally, Barnacles Nerdgasm, a full assembly start to finish on his X-Carve and everything they ran into thereabouts. Tons of people watch Barnacles, including myself. He has an interesting style of videos, and it's really neat to see his perspective of how this went together, especially with someone who had already done one of these before and has experience with these components. Really well done, a must watch. It's a 28-minute video, totally comprehensive. I think it'll help anyone. That is my tips so far. I will do upcoming videos on the further assembly of my X-Carve. Once I can get my workshop in order, I'll be in a lot better shape. Unfortunately, I have no heat in there and it is winter here, so my hope is this video will help those out there, and this is my little contribution. Tons of assembly videos already out there. I don't think I'll do the same type of format, maybe something more like this video. If you like this video, please consider a thumbs up down below. Let me know in the comments. I'd love to know what your interest in the X-Carve is, whether you're buying one, looking at them, already have one. Let me know how you found this video. Cheers, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. It's time for another mailbag. Hey guys, welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. Today we have another mailbag. A bunch of electronics goodies showed up. Let's have a look. Well, let's just pick one and get going here, guys. See what we've got. I have no idea what's in most of these, but we'll see. It's been a long time since I've done a mailbag. This one's pretty straightforward, guys. A whole bunch of jumper leads. In case you didn't already know, I order most of this stuff from eBay, and it's dirt cheap, pretty simple stuff. These are just a bunch of jumpers for breadboard work. Gonna enjoy using these. Next up, we have another envelope. What have we got? See if we can get a better angle here. We have got some Arduinos. I don't think I need to even bother taking these out. These are the Arduino Nano. Nothing special here. I order them usually 3 to 5 at a time. Looks like we got 3 this time. Check out my eBay video on how to buy electronics on eBay, and you can get pricing for some of these items. Next up, another envelope. Let's see what we've got. Packaged really well. Most of this overseas stuff comes packaged extremely well. I've yet to have any problem with anything damaged on arrival. Really impressive, actually. This one is almost childproof to get into. So these ones, I think I know what's in here. This, I believe, should be an ESP8266 Wi-Fi module. And it sure is. This is the 8266 Wi-Fi module. Not breadboard friendly. It's kind of a weakness on these. I can't wait till somebody makes a better one that's breadboard friendly, but we're going to use these as 2.4 gig Wi-Fi modules for some upcoming projects. Next up, another envelope. This one's a little heavier. Not sure what's in this one. It's pretty dense and, again, extremely well packaged. Let me try and get in here without damaging whatever's inside. Ah, perfect. I was hoping this is what this was. We have a whole bunch of headers. What I have is I have a ton of male headers, but what I don't have is much for female ones. With any luck, these should be female headers. And extremely well packaged. Jesus. I am just... There we go. This is what we get when we get in there. Standard header pins. Should be pretty handy to have the female side of the headers. I have lots of males, but these should work pretty good. We've got some diodes. These are, I forget what I actually ordered them for. I'm pretty sure I ordered these for some protection diodes, but I'll check that out. Just checked real quick. These are the 25, a lot of 25 of the 1N4148 fast switching diodes. So these are extremely high speed diodes. Then I can use these in some of the data line applications to isolate between, on the Arduino satellite, if I want to share the transmitter between two Arduinos, I'm going to need something to keep from backfeeding between each other, and these should do the job. This one I don't think came from eBay. This one, I think I know who sent it, because there's only a few people that have my address. I'm pretty sure this was a gift. It was. This was a gift from one of my subscribers, and I'm pretty sure I know who sent this, but I thank you. This is the 433 megahertz transmitter and receiver modules. I have a few of these already, but now I have a couple of more, and they should be pretty handy for the Arduino satellite and various other projects. Pretty excited. Really thank you for sending these to me. Much appreciated. Next up, another bigger envelope. Got, pretty sure I know by the feel what these are. Again, extremely well. These ones are a little easier to come out. There we go. We have some fairly large breadboards. These are the extended breadboards. I was running a little low on these. Really like using these for my larger projects, so I got 4 of them. Right out of eBay China, pretty cheap, pretty good deal, and yeah, we'll have a good time with those. One last one here, guys. Let's have a look. See what we've got. No idea what this one is. We've got a different style of header. I remember ordering these. These ones we have. These are the round pin style of the female headers, so these ones will be handy for your ICs and such. I didn't have any, so I got a big lot of them. Pretty cheap, right out of China. This, I don't remember what these are, because I'm not sure that I ordered them from the same supplier. These are indeed a 5 volt to 3.3 volt step down regulator. Pretty handy. Pretty happy about that. Pretty basic regulator setup, nothing too fancy, and that should be just perfect. So that's it for today, guys. That's our mailbag. Lots of goodies to use in upcoming projects. Good luck in all your electronics ventures. Remember to click the thumbs up down below if you like this video, and we'll talk to you soon.
Cleared the approach for 6 left, west jet 2767.
Air Canada 738, a little further to 170 knots. 7906, descend 5000, speed 190 knots.
Hey guys, welcome back. I promised you a flight sim video, and this is the 3rd try of this video, so we're going to try and get it right this time. Guys, I'm not going to follow the checklist tonight. We are just going to do an expedited startup, and we're going to see if we can get this Learjet out of here. So let's fire it up, see what we got. Left and right battery are on. Left and right avionics masters are on. Left and right non-essentials should be off. Let's make sure we got some parking brake. We've got some parking brake. Let's throw our beacon light on. Left and right pitot heat are good. A whole bunch of other stuff is good. Let's go back to the checklist just for a second before we give up on it entirely, because it's always a good idea
even if we do a hybridized version. APU master is not on, external power is disconnected, left and right crew lights are set, left and right audio panels are set, guys. Left and right rudder pedals are good, disconnect handle is good, flight controls are good. Lights test I've already done. I already took the liberty of programming in our route here, guys. We're gonna head off to Charlie Yankee X-ray uniform, and with any luck that should be programmed in, which it's not. So we're gonna take 2 seconds and just activate that. Alright, we have an activated flight plan. You guys can't see it down below. I have the Avlasoft electronic flight bag down below. As well, I have the iPad here following along. This is where we're sitting right now. With any luck, you can see that maybe. Hopefully the cameras are still rolling. I know I have almost nothing for battery left in one of them. Starting engines, cabin door is closed. Beacon strobe is already on. Parking brake is set. Thrust levers at idle. Engine start. Let's go, guys. With any luck, can inhibit the master caution and master warn for the moment here, guys. Once we get this fired up and on the generator, we can start doing some ice. We're gonna do away with the checklist and cheat like hell from this point on, because this is the third take of this video and I really don't have the time to try and do a fourth. We've got to get this thing in the air. Good start on the left, no problem. Temperature's coming up. Guys, we're good. Let's have a look. We are, yep, good light off on the right. We're good. We got 1,345 pounds in each wing tank and 2 good engines. We are rocking. All right. Let's go back to our flight controls. Let's tune this in. We need a little bit more nose up to get rid of this takeoff trim, and we are good. Left and right pitot heat are on. We got strobes are on. Wing stab, left and right nacelle not required at this point. We can go ahead and fire up the rest of the lighting, and we'll put our taxi lights and the no smoking seatbelt lights. I've tuned in our secondary nav on our radio. I think we're in good shape here, guys. I think we can, let's do a pushback and get the hell out of here. Do a small pushback. Parking brake is released. You can give it some flaps. And that is enough pushback. Throw a parking brake on. Looking promising. Let's throw the flight director on here now. And we are in good shape, guys. We're dialed in. Definitely not the most professional of checklists. Left and right non-essentials. We can get rid of those. And I think we're in good shape. Alrighty, guys, let's taxi out. Let's go. Parking brake is off. While we're taxiing out, I'll set up the autopilot, and we'll do. We'll set it up for a little bit of a cruise to the London airport. We don't need to do the heading. Let's set the altitude. This is the beauty of being a lone pilot in a jet. You really gotta multitask here, guys. Yeah, and that's what happens. You taxi like a drunk. So we'll just slow this down. We'll set up the rest of the autopilot when we get close to the runway. It's a little bit worse once we're videotaping to get this right. We've got a little bit of cold fronts brewing out here, as well as a lot of winter. It's not exactly the nicest weather. We're going to take off with a crosswind here, guys. Actually, we're going to take off with a bit of a tailwind, but...
On runway 700 remaining.
We got 700 meters, guys. Don't do this in your jet. Normally I'd taxi down, but we're not gonna today. We are going to fire this up. We're gonna go ahead just a little bit and get the auto spoilers to arm. Got the auto spoilers armed. We are good. We can throw on landing lights and let's get the autopilot dialed in a little bit better. Let's shoot for 21,000 feet. Indicated airspeed of, let's shoot for, let's set it around 250 knots for now. Let's stay a little under the speed limit, so let's go 240. Heading, we want a rejected takeoff and return back. Let's dial in the runway heading. We are good, guys. We got no traffic in the area. Let's go.
Caution, short runway.
And it's gonna be grumpy, but we're fine. Lots of room.
90, 100, V1, rotate, on keep, gear up.
Yeah, can you tell I've done it off this runway before, guys? Pretty used to that one. It is a little short, but with our fuel loading, we are absolutely fine. So we're gonna climb out. The good thing about the Learjet, it is a rocket with wings. Hopefully you can hear me. It's a little loud in here. We can take it up a notch here because we're gonna run into some turbulence. And we're climbing at 6,600 feet a minute, 180 knots. So we're gonna shallow that up just a little bit. We're gonna turn off and head off on course here, guys. With any luck, we'll be in good shape. We're gonna back this down so we don't hurt anything. Don't need quite that much power now. Not trying to win a race here or anything.